Leah Marie subscribed on YouTube.
Hi everyone, hello, welcome to stream. Welcome to the continuation of technical difficulties. I restarted my computer before stream, and before stream, Spotify, which I used to play my music, was working. But then I tried opening up Spotify, and Spotify said, no, I don't want to open. So hold on. You should now be hearing the audio from the desktop version of Spotify. I'm telling you. They're making this a fight. Hi, Banan. Welcome to stream. You're here first. Welcome in. And hold on, let me slide this on up here. Hi, Lusk. Hi, Machine Smith. Hi, Aska. Welcome. Let me scroll down. I saw another name. It was, how do you say that? Nebula Na? Is that how you say it? You can tell me how close I got. It sounds like a cat, the Nebula Na. Welcome to stream. Hello. And I was editing on CapCut, and you just came out of nowhere. What do you mean? You clicked on screen. You want to be here. This is your choice. You're not being forced to be here. And, how do I say it again? Tifret? Is it Tifrit? Aki? Welcome in. Welcome back. I probably butchered it the first time. Please tell me how to correct it. Eventually, it will become a proper way for me to say it. And, hey, I've never seen your YouTube video, Tom. The 2D was a technical difficulty. Since the day before that Deltarune stream, I have been having back to back technical difficulties. This is my whole true form. Unleashed them back to 3D. And they're the Eldritch being U-rated. Wait, which one? Hold on, really? Who was it? The Nightmare demon? That's the one? Huh? I told you my memory's bad. When I say it's bad. Let me double check. Oh, yeah, you were. Hello. Welcome in. Took me a second. I told ya. And hi, Mr. Big. Welcome into stream. Well, yeah, but I forgot I had it in the background. No worries. You know, forgetting is not an uncommon thing around here. And hi, Cat Sound Keyboard. Welcome to stream. And hi, Santa Paw.
Sanaka resubscribed for a total of 2 months. Hi.
Oh no. Hi. Hi, Santa Paw. Welcome to stream. For some reason, the notifications are still a little wonky. That came up. YouTube doesn't want to come up sometimes, and Twitch doesn't want to come up sometimes. It'll get worked out. Soon TM. And I'm Neko Mean on Discord. Oh, hold on. You have the blue profile, I believe, right? That's the blue one, if I can remember correctly. And hi, Cat Song Keyboard. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. Yes, okay, good. I did recall then. And hope you're having a great day. And if you're not, please reconsider. You're always coming in here with the threats. My day is going great. I'm really excited. I tried to get some programming cramming done before the stream. That didn't work out. The ghosts we were talking about yesterday, you'll see, we won't get to them initially since I wasn't able to get done what I wanted to get done yesterday. I took a nap. That nap turned into sleeping, and then all my ideas of wanting to be productive for the rest of the day did not go well. And hi, Kaladino Scoop. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. And have a great day, or else. Thank you. And I hope you have a good day, too. The threat goes both ways. So I'm not saying I would ever threaten anyone. I'm just saying, if you can't dish it, you can't, or, well, what's the saying go? How's it go? If you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen. That's not it. That is the saying. If you can't dish it, if you can't take it, don't dish it. I think that's it. Something close to that, at least. But that timer is up, so we'll get into things. And again, thank you, Santa Paw, for the subscription. And welcome on in. And I'm making a mashup to JT music songs. Ooh, best of luck, Banana. Best of luck. And was that a lag? Did I spot a lag spike? Oh no. And here I thought I fixed it. Hold on, you know what? Knock on wood, we're okay. We're fine. Everything is fine. Let me bring you to the planning screen. And here we are. Oh, hold on. I can now delete this guy since chat should be visible. Double check. Good. Good. Alrighty. So we'll start with the pitch, do a bit of a recap. I'll show you what I've been working on this week since what we were working on last week, we are doing more of, but it shouldn't take too long. Fingers crossed. But after we wrap up what I wanted to get done, then we'll work on some brainstorming. So it'll be a good old brainstorming session, depending on how long fixing the bugs will be. And look, Mom, I'm on TV. Mom, get the camera. So saying all of that, you stay right there, get all nice and snug, okay? Don't go anywhere. I'm not saying that you do, of course, you don't have the free will to go anywhere, but why would you want to go anywhere? You don't want to go anywhere. seems we meet once again now. Lusk, does it sound like there's double audio coming through because the desktop audio is being picked up? You know what? I'll just do this, just to be on the safe side. That way it doesn't double pick up. And hi, TBY. Welcome into stream. And again, I'm not doing any kidnapping. It just so happens, TBY, that you're here in this room, office space, and, there's no windows, there's no doors, there's no stairways. Really, it's just you and the elevator. And you know what? That's okay, because you're waiting on the elevator to arrive, and it's got, I'd say, about 30 seconds. Usually this elevator takes longer, but today, it's your lucky day. Apparently the ETA of the elevator working again functionally. I don't know why. Maybe it's just occupied at the moment, but the ETA on that is about 30 seconds. So, since you're here and I'm here, but you can't see me, can you? So, let me make sure I am as presentable as I can be. Oh no, it's lagging! Oh no! I think we're good. Hello! Welcome back to Technical Difficulties. It was working just well yesterday. And hi, Potent Hugh. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, hold on. This can be fixed. Hold on. Let me restart something else. That's what I'm thinking the issue is.
Reverse ipastry just followed.
Audible now? Are we good? Let's see. Okay, microphone is saying microphone. Hi, hello, readers. I wish I could show you what's going on at the moment. You caught me at a particularly bad time. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong, and apparently, the last time I made that PNG backup, it did not save. So I can't even pull that out. So, give me just a good old second, and I will be with you momentarily. Anyway, how's your day going? How are you? And that's how my stream is, don't worry. The lag wasn't working before, but you know what? It's okay. It is fine. Things happen. But welcome in, everyone, as I'm trying to get this settled in. I hope you had a lovely stream. Art by Ali. Okay, let's see. Let me grab this here. I was an hour late because my iTunes revolted against my You know what? That is understandable. At this point, I just feel like scuff is life at this point. Let me go and grab these guys and let me see. Oh, you can save. Okay, never mind. Okay, grab you. How do I modify you guys? Yeah, we don't need any of you. And then we need you. Yep. And then we need, let's see. You are you, and then let's see, add another one. You're you, and then you are, let's see, you. And let's scroll up here. I also broke Git. Yeah, you know what? When you put it that way, truly. Oh me, oh my. Let's see, add that one in, and then we have you, and then let's go ahead and make sure you are, you, and let's see, you. And then I think lastly, all I have to do is do you, and then do, let's see, hold on, let's grab, let's see, you, and, you know, I think this happened all because I decided, you know what, and you can't call yourself a streamer if your screen, it's been for the past few days, it's been like this, it decided, you know what, I want to be like this, I don't know why, but it decided it was just going to be. Oh man, let's see, save, yep, okay, are we good? Wording, okay, I think that's working on that end, which means if I go ahead and hide this guy, and then I go back to, let's see, and real VTubers sometimes are voice tubers, and V stands for voice. I'll take that indeed. I am so confused, but you know what? That's fine. If I go ahead and I set this to be let's see, you, and then I want to do you, and I want to do you, and I do let's see, grab that guy there, and if I enable this guy, oh, hold on, am I visible? Okay, and now if we go ahead and set the filter to the proper filters. Let's see, you, we're gonna do custom color here, grab you here, oh, it didn't like that, apparently. Okay, different attempt, we'll do this instead, yep, and then you, aha, good, all Alrighty, I am going to just do this since the internet's not interneting again. That's okay. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for holding. All right. So, welcome to the elevator pitch. Usually, I wear a fancy suit, but I get no fancy suit today. And hi, Preston. Welcome in as well. The elevator pitch is a thing I like to do at the beginning of the stream, a section at the beginning, where I attempt to pitch my game to you. And what is that game? I'm sure you're asking. And the suit wouldn't fit. Hold on. The fancy suit in question is, let's see. Hold on. Let's see if I can just grab this guy here and oh yeah. There we go. Okay, there we go. There's the suit. Now, what is that game? I'm sure you're asking. I'm sure you're very curious too. Thank you. That game is called BAM! Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game. And the hope is that I'll spend 30 seconds attempting to pitch my game to you. Usually it's 1 minute, but I thought, you know what? Fishnets in your hands? Is that what it's called? I thought it was called, I forget what it's called. Maybe it's called fishnets though. But usually it's 1 minute. Today we're going to attempt 30 seconds. See if I feel any better. And since I wanted to change up the pace, the timer thought, you know what? We are going to change up everything. So, with all of that said, that timer is right here. It's set to 1 minute. So let me go ahead and set this guy right here to 30 seconds. Oh, it can't do 30 seconds. Okay, you know what? I will wait for that 30-second timer to go down. In the meantime, let me get a little bit of things to drink, and then at that 30 seconds, we go. Okay. Oh. I saw that freezing or flickering. Oh no. Oh boy. Even more settings that need to be accounted for. Don't worry. And welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as a necromancer, Gabriella. She's sent to a prestigious wizard academy by her family, but she doesn't want to become a wizard or a chef, no. She wants to become a baker, so she finds a random park in her school and sets up a cafe to serve her fellow wizardy students. And the idea behind the game is that not only is it a cafe simulator, it's also a rhythm typing game, and you do rhythm typing by typing to the beat. So you have to take customers' orders, you take it into the back room, you type up a beat by spellcasting. Spellcasting is poetry, so you're typing out a spell, and once the spell's complete, you get food, you serve. You know what? I feel like 30 seconds is better than a minute. I think my issue has been I've had a hard time adding on, and since I'm flickering, okay. Elevator done, and in the meantime, you know what? So you're not, that was impressive. Thank you. And rhythm typing, fascinating. Lusk, if you would not, that actually sounds like a fun time. Thank you. And you stick around, I'll show ya. Lusk, would you mind sending the link to the game in both Twitch and YouTube? Let me see if I can figure out the flickering issues really quickly. But yeah, send it to both chats in the meantime. All right, I'll be right back. Let me see if I can figure out this other technical issue. I think I figured out the flickering issue. We'll see. But indeedy, there is a, and she did a slideshow pitch one. Oh yeah, I like to switch it up, the pitch every now and then. And let's make it more difficult, do a 5-minute pitch. I don't think I can do 5 minutes. But indeedy, right now my game is in prototype. I've been working on the game since last August, and the hope is that soon it will be able to go on Steam. This is my second game I've ever made, and if you click that link that Les sent out, what you can do is play, well, you can click on Run Game. It brings you this list screen. So let me bring you through the current version of the game, and the hope of today is that we'll be able to update the version I have on my computer to this. So we'll see how it goes. So what I'll go ahead and do is, I'll go ahead and enable back our audio here, and then I can make sure this guy is full screen. And then what I can do next is we can go ahead and hide, let's see, show you. Oh, yeah, show you, hide you. There we are, nice and visible. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and set the calibration. Audio should be good, I believe. Yep, okay. So if I click this, space, 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 space. There we are. We're all calibrated and good to go, which means now we can go and try out this tutorial. Now, currently it's a little buggy, but that's expected out of a prototype. And yes, a PowerPoint with live drawings. I've done many things, I tell ya. And have you heard of the itch.io drama? Nope, but I don't really do drama. Drama's usually a lot to get into, so I stay as far away as I can from it. So here we are in the game. This is Gabriella I was talking about. And if we go ahead and open up this book here, what we can do is flip the pages down here, and it'll spawn in a customer. And this is on itch.io. Yep. I'll ask if you wouldn't mind sending the link again. This is, like I said, I warn you, the first level, I believe the customers are flickering. But they are functional. So we have customer here, right? And let's go ahead and seat them. And we can seat them, if it lets me, by moving over to the customer and pressing E. So we go ahead to the customer will find a nice seat to sit down at. They'll go ahead and read their order, and when they're ready, we'll go ahead and take their order. So customers read their order, let's go ahead and take their order, and now we have to go to this area here to make a spell. So we're now here, and the customer wants some funny stuff. What do those things mean? Well, if we go to this page, you can see it means, see, pink, purple, so sweet, bitter, and then an icon, which means cake. So sweet, bitter, cake. So what we can go ahead and do is click sweet, bitter, and then we can click cake. And the only drawback she deals with are the ghost. The voices. Let's see. After I click generate, it gives you a little bit of a tutorial on what to do. So for example, this here is where you'll type in the letters as they're appearing. This here, oh, hold on. This here is where the game will show the progress when it's complete. And this here is the fail meter. You do enough errors, that guy will fill up and the game will be over. So once we click that, we can go ahead and click generate. So let's see how well I do. A-N-D space W-H-A T space I-S space G-O-O-D space A and D space, well, space T-H E space M-O-M E space N-E-V-E-R-T-H-E-L-E-S-S space B-A-N-D. It's not done yet though, because that's spell progress. Let's see. E-R-S-N-A-T-C-H. And that's the spell done. And great music, by the way. Who wrote it? I'm glad you laughed. I did. All of the songs, the assets, all of the programming has been made by me. So anything you see on here is services are guaranteed. Let's go ahead and let the customer eat their food. And once they eat their food, they'll wipe their mouth, and then they're off. So once they're out of here, the tutorial ends. That is the game in the nutshell. Currently, there's a few bugs, but you know what? It's a prototype. That's expected. And not bad. Thank you, and welcome, by the way, Rinko. I don't believe I said welcome to you earlier. And a one-person team, indeedy. I'm hoping this game will serve as a way for me to get better experience with making games. I'd love to work on games later with other people, so get into game jams, things of that nature. But for right now, I just want to get a feel of the land. So now that you saw what it currently looks like, let me show you what I've been working on during the week for the last few weeks. As if we go back to this level, right? There's a book at the bottom of the screen. There's these tabs and pages. And then if we go over here, in order to, and you can see the customer's flickering. They're actually here. They're here. Their animations are just funny. So ignore that. But when I go here, right, I have to press these buttons. So the hope was that to update the game, I wanted to add bookshelves, so you wouldn't have to go through this menu. As since it's a typing game, we want to be able to only use the keyboard, since that makes it more fluid. So, without further ado, let me show you the current version I'm working on. So we can go into programming here, and then from there, let's see. If I go ahead and click on here, I click on Run Project. Hopefully, I saved on a version that didn't need to crash or won't crash. We'll see. But I can go ahead and click on this guy here. Make sure the Godot is the proper version here. Let's see. It is you. Nope, it is, let's see, you. There we are. So now the screen's visible. And if we go into levels here, we go into the, well, it's not the tutorial level collider. You know what, we can't go to tutorial level. So if we go tutorial level, you will see right away. You'll see right away, things are different this week. You're too sweet. You'll see right away the, oh, I'm guessing it's double audio also. Let me do this. Audio shouldn't be double anymore, I believe. And what you'll see is, now the tutorial looks a lot different than it did. Now there's no book at the bottom. And this is what I've been working on yesterday. I started reworking the tutorial yesterday, but the other systems have been over the entire week. And konnichiwa, hi Zero, hello, welcome in. So let's see, let's follow the tutorial now. To move around, use the up and down, left and right keys. So we can move around. We have the customer again. So let's go ahead, take the customer's order. As you can see, they're still a little wonky, but good. We're working on it, and hopefully that's what we'll work on today. And the customer will read their book, and now it tells you the next instruction. So we can go ahead and click E here. And now that we have the order, you hold down the spell book. Right now, this is the new temporary spell book. There's no more tabs, no more flipping pages. You only have hold down space to see the spell book. So once you're here, it'll tell you now. So this should hopefully make it a little bit clearer on what's going on in the game, the icons and everything. And Hi everyone! Welcome in! Hello, thank you for the read. Oh, hold on, I completely forgot. Hold on, and hi. Let me go ahead and do slash shout out to, let's see, the name, which is @ and then I will also shout out to, let's see, Art by Alley, that as well. So once that timer goes down, I'll also shout them out. But hi, welcome everyone. I'm currently working on a rhythm typing cafe game. I'm just showing it off right now. For you, I can actually, oh, no, I can't. Restart. There we are. I'm currently creating a rhythm typing cafe game. And you play this little necromancer gal here, and the idea is that not only do you have to, well, you have to serve customers, and you serve customers by typing to the beat. So it's a little bit of cafe, so a little bit of typing, and you can see here there's a customer, so we can go ahead and have this customer be served, well, seated, and once they're seated and everything, they'll wave, and then we have a book. And you can see there's some icons here. Let's just note at the bottom, sweet bitter cake. So we can go all the way downtown, follow this skull marker here, and I think the shout-out's complete. So let me make sure I also shout out the first person who rated me. So slash shout out, and then the username, which was @Art by Alley, or was it LA? There you go. Oh, wait, 1 minute and 2 seconds. Who says that? Who says that's a good idea? Okay, you know what? Slash shout out, and then I'll have it ready to go for when that 2 minutes is up. Let's see. And I tried it. I suggest the map to interactions with Z or C. It's way more common if you move with arrows. The thing is, or at least the good news is that there are, and oh, we don't have it at the moment. It won't let you show it. But there is an options menu where you can do it. And love the progress. Thank you. I have to run, but I'm having an amazing stream. Thank you. And again, thank you for the read. And I hope you have a lovely day with your relaxing. Let's see. So now, right, compared to the first version, now there's bookshelves. Shiny, right? And the name of the customer being Necromancer. I have a lot of fun with the names and everything. A lot of names to come. Now there are areas here, so no longer is there a menu you have to click. Now you have to go to the bookshelf and grab what you need. So for example, we have to now grab the sweet ingredient. We now have to grab the bitter ingredient. And if we were to say grab the cookie ingredient, well, that's not what we need. Oh, is this a tutorial? Am I in the tutorial level? I can't tell. But this is what I was saying about the whole idea of the spells needing to be, there's some bugs at the moment. So I'm hoping we'll be able to figure out the bugs today. Some things are proofing, and this is so much clever. Thank you. Everyone helped me. Everyone on stream last week helped me figure it out. So I've been working hard this week to have it come to fruition. So now you hold down E. And if everything goes well, you should see the tutorial guide here, and the bottle floats. It took me like 3 hours to figure out how to make it floating. But it does indeed. And I am overwhelmed by your high energy. Wish I could siphon some of that. I'm not sharing. I don't have enough energy to go around. And how the game works is, this is the spellcasting rhythm part of it. And excited for when we start the JRPG? Oh man, that'd be painful. What I can do, or what you can see, right? This is the rhythm typing portion. So when these letters hit the screen, you'll type in the letters. So if I click next here, this is the spell completion. So once this fills up, spell's completed. And then this guy here, if this fills up, this is your failures. That fills up, spell is horrible. And what if you could hit next with 0 enter? You can. You can, hold on. Right now it's the arrow keys, but again, that's just things that can be changed, hotkeys. Certainly, as we go along. Right now, it's arrow keys, but that's certainly something to be done. Right now, I think, well, close should be enter. It's not.
Vino Siva
And
just followed.
hold on, let me double check that name. It was, Vino the Siva? Is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow. And let me click enter. Okay, now we have the second shout out from the first person who rated me. Thank you again, art by Ali, or is it Ali? I can't know. You could give me a hint. And Rhythm Typing Cafe, you people make me feel way less creative for making a standard platformer. That sounds weird, but cool. Or this sounds weird. Thank you. I originally made a typing cafe game, and I wanted to make it, I wanted to switch it up a little bit so that you didn't have speed demons on the typing keyboard. So when I click close here, is when things start going awry, as you can see. So I'm curious if I just, let's see, no entities level. If I just disable tutorial, maybe that's why the tutorial is not acting. Well, it is acting up. Let me see, as I want to show the people who did enter here what's going on now. So we'll go ahead and grab Sweet, we'll grab you, and we'll grab you, and hopefully it should do its own thing. And hi, yo, welcome to stream. All right, yeah, it works. So THEY space W E R E space S O space HAND S OME space F OR space TH E space F IRS T space T IME comma space S OCKS. Oh yeah. And then period. All nice and done. That is it in a nutshell. However, as you can see, still a few things breaking. I have been messing around with this since yesterday with the tutorial system. So the tutorial system, there was an old one, I'm making a new one. So if I go ahead and play this music, pause this guy here, and bring you back into our planning screen. And what's funny is like YouTubers on the same theme, kind of. Do you mean space or ghost-like? I'm curious. And let me go ahead and let's see, where are we at? I need to move you to here. And then from there, let me make sure the audio is not too loud. You should be good to go. Shouldn't be too loud. And we did the pitch. We did the recap. What we'll be trying to do is seeing if we can get the tutorial working. And if we can get the tutorial working, we'll spend the rest of the game, or rest of the time, figuring out the ghost mechanics. As the ghost used to be a thing in the game, but I removed it since I recently redid the rhythm system. So when we get there to ghost, or if we have time for ghost, we'll see. And just to recap everything, and what's important is that that's making it. Oh, did I miss something? Oh, I did. Bug fixes, yeah, bug fixes today, and you were 100% right, Lesk. And the thing is, it's the thing of sometimes too much creativity is, well, not sometimes, too much creativity can be a very bad thing. It's scope creep. If you add too many of your ideas together, it gets very overwhelming. I've been trying to keep this as low scope as I can. This game will, by next month, I've been working on it for a year. The goal was to work on it for only a few months. So we're certainly at a point where my creativity has surpassed my previous abilities. What I can do is, if I go into you here, I believe I can do this. Yep. So this is the roadmap currently. We finished adding the bookshelf mechanic. That's the guy with the shelves. Now we're working on, well, you can kind of swap them around with the rework tutorial, re-implement ghost. So we'll rework the tutorial, then do the ghost, then figure out the bugs, and then visual overall, audio overall, and then the demo will be released on Steam. So that's the current idea at the moment. And let's say we're going to creep this game to 2030. Hopefully not. Fingers crossed and stretch. Sure.
Machine Smith 42 just redeemed.
I only wish the guy didn't decide to mess up on me. Maybe I'll try again at the ad break, but for now, it's deciding it doesn't want to work with me, which is fine because thankfully, because the last time I now have this backup, so we're good to go. So saying all of that, and it will still come out before Star 6.
Sue Eugene just followed.
Is it Sue Eugene? That's an interesting name. Welcome to stream, and thank you for the follow. So back onto programming. Let's go into here. The hope is to get the tutorial working, as a lot of people are gonna be playing this new version and maybe haven't seen it before. That was one of my priorities, seeing if we could get that doing its thing. So let's go ahead and see about why we're getting errors. Right now, how I have the game set is, well, beforehand, it was a little funny, and let me bring you into concepts to explain a little bit more what I mean. I worked on this last night in terms of figuring out a new system, and let me make, oh, hold on, I see chat is not visible. There you go. I saw it. Beforehand, the system of screens was a thing of, what's the previous screen? Grab the previous screen, save the previous screen, go to next screen. There was not really a lot of order to it. So what I did since yesterday is I've been making a menu state machine. Right now, there's two options. There's spellcasting and cafe. And the idea is that depending on what you do or where you pause at, the state machine changes. And let's see, I wish I had the ability to make games like you. I tried with Unity and gave myself a headache. Well, remember, keep in mind, I've only played, this is my second game, and it's taken me this long as in like a year. Well, yeah, I'll say a year. My first game was a lot simpler, and I was able to do it in a lot more time, but this idea has evolved from a very far time. We have, I believe, the menu system working. The idea is that on exit and on exit, it goes to the different ones and it swaps back and forth. And that's two more games than me. Well, you gotta just start somewhere. And Unity's kind of messy, to be honest. Never tried Unity before, only Godot. So saying all of that, let's see if we can figure out why we're getting an error. Why is my tutorial not doing the tutorial thingy? Right now, at the moment, this is my task screen. This is where you get all of your tasks for your tutorial. So we have task move, task interact, task take order, task open book, go to kitchen, make spell, cast spell. So something's happening with this cast spell, I think, that's making it angry. How I have it currently set up is, and I know this isn't the right way or maybe the cleanest way to do it, but it's my temporary fix for now. I had a different task system, so I tore that guy entirely down. This is the new one. And the idea is that we just have signals, and when you do certain tasks, it says, oh, you completed it. And then anytime I want to update the description, I can do so here. And the idea behind having the task here instead of in here, so that I can't see it when I put the description in here. And also what's neat is that if I put in a key, so I can say these keys, whatever keys the player's key binded, or yeah, whatever keys this has been key bound to, is what this will show up as. And from what I managed to see, I think the code's trying to delete something that doesn't exist when you start the spellcasting tutorial. Mayhaps, we'll see. And I know I saw the name earlier, but I don't know if I said hello to you as well, Paula. Was Paula, I believe. Welcome in as well. And I'm done with my mashup, and Loki might be my best. Oh, that's good. That's great to hear. Alrighty, let's see. Where were we? So I believe it would be on spell complete, right? So let's see. Player placed all ingredients. Player made dish. So something here is what I think might be the issue of. Yav. And for some reason, it felt to me like and let me go ahead and mute this guy here. Also need that guy to make it a little bit easier on us. And then let me go ahead and make sure the screen is the right one. Not you. You? Yep. Okay, good. And let's go ahead and go into here. I should be able to open, and I can't. Interesting. I wonder why I can't open the escape key. If I go into regular menu, did I break something as well there too? And it's mad because you didn't use the magic word, please. I can say please. That's not an issue at all. For some reason, I can't open up the menu. Okay, let's see. That's one thing. The options menu was working, then I tried to do the tutorial stuff, and it didn't work. When I press escape, the option menu should work. So why isn't it working? If we go to our, let's see, back in Cafe, I have a thing called our game state manager. This guy right here. So it should be a thing of if, and what was the bug? I got lost drawing? No worries. Currently in, hi Rodrigo, welcome to stream. I did read that, good. Welcome back to technical difficulties, number 3. So let's see. The issue right now, well, the current one is, for some reason, when you finish the spell, it gives you an error. But even before that, the options menu stopped working. So when I'm pressing escape, we should get an options menu, and that's not happening. And this is what I was talking about with the game states. So if we go here, let's see, player can move, player can't move. Yeah, we should be able to. If I go here, you can see on game state. So if I go to this guy here, if utility.currentGame is not equal to self, then return. And then we have open book. Interesting, that's cafe game state. We're looking for regular game state, which is this guy here. If pause screen enabled. So this is the toggle that we should see whenever we press escape, but for some reason it's not working. So what I'm gonna put here is just a simple print to see if we're even going into this. Print, and oh, that's a lot of ghost stuff. That shouldn't be an issue, I don't think. That's old stuff. I'm slowly trying to refactor everything and clear everything, so it shouldn't be a problem, I say, and then it is. We'll see. Blip. So if we click print, and we go ahead and run this guy here, what do we get? Let's see. Oh, I can also mute the audio since we really don't need it at the moment. So this here. Alrighty. So if I go into here, levels, no one spawns, escape. It's not even taking our escape currently. So why is that? Why isn't it not taking our input in? If I go ahead and go to, let's see, you, and then I believe it's process, maybe always. And then if I do a process for you always too, will that work? And then game state manager, you should also be, I think. And is the input being read? It was before, nothing's been changed. And current state always equals self. What do you mean? Hold on. Mode, physics, nope. Process always, yep. So if current utility.currentGame, the idea is that there's a current game mode that it switches to. And if it's not me, I don't want to activate it. So whichever one it is the one that will be activated. That's why I have is not self, as I'm tracking the current game in a global variable. And then depending on the current variable, so whatever one, this guy, what's the logic when tutorial equals true? We'll have to see. I haven't gotten to the end of that guy. Let's see. Let me go back to you, game state, and back to you here. So yeah, if it's not you, don't do anything. Otherwise, use your screen. That's what this guy's saying. So let's first figure out why the options menu decided it didn't want to do the thing anymore. Okay, so it's not even, for some reason, the input's not being given. We can see the input should be escape, and I didn't mess around with the input once I got it working. So this is interesting. We go to options controls, it should be interact. Interesting. Okay, if I quickly, and oh, that guy's also not working. A lot of things are breaking. This is what happens when you mess around with the UI. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. So before we get here, let's see about you. And if not event, return. I want to see if it's even going into here and print something and all returns to understand what it is. And ooga booga, life good. Hi, Nukeberg. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. And not please, var. What do you mean exactly, Zero? And it's mad because you didn't. Oh, I see. Variables the magic word. Got you, guy. An average type moment. Yeah, sometimes going through it is very important. So let's see. Let's go ahead and do print. And I just want to see if it's even getting this escape. So there we are. And everything breaks. Oh yeah. That's the best, isn't it? One thing breaks, next thing it returns. So now we go back into here. So it is taking an escape, which just means maybe the current game state isn't being set, is my next guess. And where do we set the current game state at? We should set it in cafe. And wiped it in Instagram. Huh? I know life. I am a single as a Pringle. Thank you very much. But welcome in, Nukeberg. I didn't realize you were trying to refer to me. Let me see. Copy this guy in here, and then we should see this guy in cafe. It should say cafe.currentGameState equal, and it should be GameState cafe. So if I go back into here and we go into here, this should be anytime we reference the current game state. And what we're looking for is the cafe. So here, right here, I think. Let's scroll it down a little bit, and we have process. Nope, none of you. And you know what? We can actually see as well. If I click play on the game, it should in the top corner also tell us the game state. The current game state is nothing. Yeah, that's what it is. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, so what we have to do is go back to here, make sure in our process. So in our process, it should be utility. Oh, not process. Ready. In our ready, our current game state. I believe I put it down here, current game state. If it's not, we can do it. Control F, utility.current game state. Yeah, where is it set at? Doesn't set it here, which means we just have to set it to cafe. And so game state was never set. It was set before. I don't know why or how. You know, maybe I deleted some code. As like I said, the once I got the menu working, I then started work on the tutorial. Then I started working on the tutorial and the menu broke, which is super odd. But what we can do is then do utility.currentGameState equals, and then we should be able to do cafe. GameState Cafe. Oh, hold on. Are we not grabbing you as a reference? It should be GameState Cafe. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I think I get it. Let me grab it here. I don't think it's in cafe. I think it's in the manager. I try my best to have everything suggested or suggestion use Git. Oh, I do have Git. Yep, I do. I don't understand it much, but I understand enough to push and commit. Ah, here we are. That's where it is, but it's not doing it, which is super funny. Yeah, in here I have the current game state. Now I'm in cafe. And I put it in here because this guy's supposed to manage it. But what if we really don't need this manager? Because it's just keeping things, right? Maybe we put it in cafe? Move less on code and stuff, or areas. So let's see, if I just do this, and then I do this, does that change it at all? I'm curious to say, as we should see the guy on screen say everything. And if we do, just this here, I wanna make sure, there we are, okay. Canvas layer game state. So now, let's go ahead, click play again. And let's see. If I click levels and click U, escape. Okay, so now the game state is cafe, and yet it's not self. Okay, so we set the game state. It is the proper one now. And I can go ahead as well and do game state manager. So game state manager, since that guy's not needed. So manager, go ahead and set you to let's see. Game state manager, delete. Yep, you're not needed anymore. And we can go ahead and disconnect. Detach script, good. And then from here, let's go back into our game state script and see where we're at. So if utility game state is not equal to self, what we're going to do also is print the game state, current game state.name, and see what we get. As this should hopefully tell us what's going on and why it's not equaling self. So .name. And now let's go ahead and press escape, see what we get. As this should work, but for some reason it's angry, which is a-okay. Let's see, you here, game state cafe. So we should be getting true here. Let's see. If pause screen enabled, yep, or exit pause screen. Maybe it's something to do with my options menu, but I don't think so. Print you, or yeah, if we print this guy here, it should. Interesting. I don't know what I did, but I did something, apparently. Okay. So, something here is the issue. If utility not equal to current game self. Okay, so print, and then we'll do you, that bool there. So we should get true and false is the hope. And seems like there's two different game state cafes. Is there? There should only be one. Let's see. The idea is that this guy here, and you know what, I'll check. Cafe. There is this game state cafe, and that's it, at least in the cafe area. And hi Digex, welcome in. I haven't seen that name in quite a second, so welcome back in. I hope you've been well. So let's see. Back in here, this game state cafe is getting referenced here. So we have cafe, and then we have spellcasting. And actually, I'm wondering, game state spellcasting. You should be that. There you are. And from there, we have current game state. And then we set the game state here. That's the only place we should really use it at least with setting it. I'm wondering why. I know you remembered. Your name's a fun one to say. Digex. Let's see. Let me go ahead. Let me double check and make sure our utility game state, we're not using it anywhere else. So we use it here. We use it here to check the game state and the label and text. And there. If I do Control-Shift-F, we should see all the functions and everything from before. So we have, and oh, let's play. It's fun, I tell you. So for example, we have if the player can't move, so the setting of the game state, and then if pause menu, so this is just checking bowls. I'm looking for where it sets the game state. So I guess what I should do is do equal and then refresh, and it should tell us all the equals if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Grab U, Control-Shift-F, whole words match case find. Okay, here we are. So we have this guy here. Let's see. You are cafe utility, and in here we set it. And then for utility.currentGameState, where is this at? Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, this is fine. The idea is that these game states swap back and forth. I like how you explain everything. Thank you, and welcome to stream. Night Gaspard? Is that how you say it? Welcome in. And I can attempt to try to do it again. And hi, Kazuhara. Welcome in. Welcome to Scuffs Continue, day 4, I think. But hi. I hope you're both doing well. Let's see. Current game mode. This guy here is right. I'm just wondering, is it taking input from somewhere else, maybe? that's the only thing I can think of. Because for some reason, and let's go back, I want to see the rule again. And honestly, never thought I'd be interested in seeing games we made, but I'm loving this. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I try my best to explain what I can. I think it might be better to use is GameState Cafe here. Hold on. Where exactly? Could you elaborate a little bit more? And let's see. Close this guy. We don't need you. We don't need any of these guys right now. We're having basic issues. So I'll go ahead and close all of these guys so that we're not so overcome by all of these things. So spellcasting screen. Yep. That's needed. Book. You're not needed. Manager. Nope. You're not needed. GameState Cafe. Yup. Yeah. Nope. Tutorial. Not needed. Task screen. Nope. Canvas layer. Nope. And save. And then underscore input. I see. Hold your horses then. Current game state. So we need to go to you. And do you mean in here? You're saying to put it where exactly? And what happened with your character and how's your game going? This is a backup form when my 3D self does not work. Is not game state instead of self? Interesting. Okay. Well, the thing is, right? This game state is inherited by two game states. So I have two game states. I have the cafe game state, and I also have the spellcasting game state. They're both game states, but they handle things differently. So for example, in my cafe, I have different menus for pause screens. And then in my spellcasting, I have also different menus for pause screen. So that's why I sectioned them off, but they're both game states. So that's why I did the is self. And the question is, it was working until it wasn't. So what's the deal? And wait, you ain't done with the game? Oh no, not by a long shot. And gotta go see ya. No worries, Banana. I hope you have a lovely time doing whatever you get up to. So let's see. Game State Manager, we're no longer putting it in there. We have Game State Cafe. Yeah, the game state should be able to direct to self. And what I wanted to do was try to print this here. We should get true and false. Let's see if we get false and false. That's what I'm thinking it's going to say. And I see, maybe name.self.name then? Maybe. That does sound scuffed, but you know what? We're already in this deep, so why not? True. Okay. True. Interesting. Okay. So if not input, then we print current game state not equal to self. Okay. Print current game state dot name. There you go. And there you go. So if true, wait, yeah, if not true, so let's see. True game state cafe. Okay. Something here. And it's possible that the script might have been attached to another scene and they're conflicting. I don't believe so. That's why I do the is self, because I have two game states. So the game states have to check whichever current game state there is, and then it runs depending on that. It's like a what would you call it? It's like with the signals where it says escape and things of that nature. And because the base issue is, I don't think that self and whatever you put in the game state is this thing. And can I see some? Hold on, and ads. Oh no. Hold on, let me see. Can I see some of the new things? Is there any? There is currently indeed, Jajax. Hold your horses. The ads are about to start. I can show you, and it's a little funny at the moment, but I can show you certainly. Let me go ahead and have the ads do their ad thing, so we won't continue. And I can give you a glance as some things are currently working, some things are not. But oh wait, hold on. Never mind. You won't be able to see because the ads. That takes care of that. I take it back then. Okay, let me scroll up. So what you're saying is, or what I think instead is actually what we should do instead, maybe we can take out this game state, possibly, but I don't like that. I try my best to keep everything the same. And how long have you been programming? For about maybe 5-ish years? 5-ish about, yeah, ad break. And check what self is. Sure. Print self. We can do that as well. But 5 years. I've been doing Godot for about 2 years. I started doing Godot about 2 years. This game I'm currently making, I've been in development, or I've been developing it since last year. It'll be almost a year. And hi, Jay's like, welcome to the stream. And
it's underscore 66 just redeemed stream.
Let's go to the left. Let's go to the right. Let's go to the back. Let's go forward. So you want to check what self is. Sure. And while we're doing that as well, somebody once told me the nodes in Godot break. I can't get the code to render. I don't know. I've never heard of that before. That is an interesting one. I hope it's not the case, but considering how things have been going recently, it would not surprise me. Let's see. Let me see if I can mess around with these settings while we're waiting on the ads. And let me pull up the screen so I can see when the ads do end, as I try my best to do these ads in between where we're not doing things so that people who do Git ads don't have to worry about missing anything. So while that's working, let me see if I can mess around with this model and read it to All-Star. Oh, somebody once told me the nodes in Godot break. I can't get the code to red end. And I wonder what to do. I miss on ad break. I always want to do, oh, I see. Well, for me, I just pause it and as little as possible. Yup. The thing is, it definitely is a little bit bad, but would you rather ad break or pre-roll? Pre-rolls are usually very painful. So let me see. If I enter in this guy here, and I do you, yep, and then you, and then I need to enter in these numbers, I believe, and then dot you and you. Okay, and then from there, let's see. Do you want to work? If not, I will just have to mess around with it once the ads come up again and glasses toggle.
Git_66 just redeemed.
I don't even know
toggle.
if I still have them here. I don't think so. Hold on. I should have known. I should have expected this. You know what I thought? I thought maybe we were beyond the limit testing. Oh boy. And hold on, let's see. She makes sure to do little pauses and talk about mostly. Yep, we just chill for a bit. Let's see. Glasses. Transparent. I deleted it from last time. I shouldn't have done that. Now look what a peril I'm in. I believe I can save that guy there. Yep. Move you to downloads. And then I should be able to just drag and drop you here. Yep. And then go ahead and do one of these moves. There you go. Glasses have been toggled. There. Yep, I think that works. And what's up if I wasn't broke? No worries. You being here is thanks enough. I really do appreciate it. Let me go ahead and start that timer. And welcome back for the ad break, everyone. Let me go ahead and do the 10 minutes for the glasses toggle. And then we can continue. Alrighty. So, where were we? We're trying to figure out what the self is and get the self name. So, let's see if we can. So, the name.self. Let's go ahead and do current state name. And then self. Yeah, actually, let's print these guys. Both of these guys. It should print it 3 times because we're checking for each of these. So what's the dealio? Let's see. Oh, also, this guy here is GameState Cafe, and you are GameState Spellcasting. Yep, so you are both in the correct game states. And then from there, let's see, escape. So true, GameState Cafe, GameState Spellcasting. Interesting. Okay. So, true. Print is not equal to self. And then it does... That's an odd one, isn't it? And it's funnier the glasses doesn't follow. Sometimes it's the little things in life like PNGs that make it very fun. I'm wondering why it only does it once, though. It's weird, isn't it? So it prints first this, and then it does current game state. So game state was cafe, and self was this guy. So my guess is that it is getting the... Yeah, okay. So what I'm thinking we can do, right, is in game state cafe disabled? Is it? Hold on, cafe? How would you disable it? What's the... I do see it's a different icon. What does that mean, though? What if I just detach the script? Detach. Where's it at? Detach. Oh, I don't know how to. Where are we detaching? It should say detach script, but I'm not seeing detach script. It should say, let's see, game state cafe. That's you, and I should just be able to drag and drop you into here. But we can't detach. Why is it the image not, or it's faded a little bit? If I right-click this guy, I do see detach. But when I right-click this guy, I don't see detach. What does that mean? Behave. Time to get my lunch. I hope your lunch is nice and tasty. And there's so many lines of code. Don't pay attention to anything outside of right here. This is all we're paying in. Well, not that one. Hold on. This guy right here. We're only looking at this really, and these guys up here. That's what's really important at the moment. Something's broken here, and something's broken here. My question is, and is it inherited? It is. Yep. You can see it's inherited from game state. So we have game state, and then we have game state cafe, and then we have spellcasting, and it's also inherited from game state. So yeah, these are both. And we will be well-behaved gremlins. None of you are gremlins, I tell you. Actually, no, never mind. If I'm not being called gremlins, then we're okay. And make it unique. Can you elaborate a little bit, Jerry Likes? I'm curious to see if I remove you. So if I delete this, yep, and I just do another game state. So let's see, game state, and that is you here. So if I just grab this, what does that do? It still has the sky. So why is it faded? Let me Google it. Why is script icon faded? Why is script icon faded? Let's see. Oh, I also forgot to put Godot. Maybe also Reddit. That usually tends to help. Let's see. It's grayed out in the editor's list, typically indicates the built-in script associated resource, associated with a scene or resource. Interesting. I've never heard of that one before. Is it because maybe if I do, let's see, Game State Cafe GD. So what if I do on here, right? And I right click this and create, so add child, make it a canvas layer. And then if from there, if I take this canvas layer and I slide it up here and then add the script. Okay, like that. I think that's the issue. And hi, silly potato. Welcome back in. And I'm also learning Godot today. My brain hurts. No worries. It's this all head hurt down here. I think that's the issue. It's no longer faded, right? I think the issue was maybe because I imported it with the plus button here, and instead of dragging and dropping the script, because you can drag your scripts on 2 nodes that don't have scripts. So then from here, what I can do is do cafe or game state cafe, game state, and then cafe. So now we have the cafe script on the right one. And from there, pause screen. So what I can do for this guy, and that's the idea behind it being a state machine, is the fact I can do from spellcasting. Once I exit out spellcasting, I want to go to cafe. That's the idea. And then for spellcasting, I don't want the player to move. So I can click on this guy here and you can see, oh, spellcasting, don't want you to move. For game state cafe, player can move. Never mind, that's a toggle on movement. Maybe that's a little bit of a logic thing, but player can move, player can't move. So let's see, yeah. Player can't move. And then for here, we want our pause screen in the cafe to be the options menu guy here. And on exit game state, so let's see, exit game state, where are we at? Exit game state. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe what we can do is, actually, we'll see. Exit game state will be spellcasting since that is the other game state. I'll go ahead and save it. And then for this guy here in our cafe, I guess maybe the issue was I added the options menu, but nope, options menu is fine. An interactable select screen. So if I just drag in our interactable, no, that's good to go. Good. And I said, yep, what a concept. I could use a little for loop myself and we could all use a little ifs. if else. And sorry, yes, my bad, I'm terrible in speaking. No worries, not at all, Jerry. And welcome, by the way. I don't know if I said welcome to you specifically, so welcome in. And from here, I think we're okay now. We just have to go back to making this unique. Go back into our cafe here. And I think if we just set the game state cafe, make sure it is this guy here. So if we just drag this guy, drop this guy here, make sure it's this guy. It's the same name, which is good. And I missed this emote, not like this. I haven't seen that one before. I think now we should be okay to go. Fingers crossed. Let's give it a check now that it's not grayed out. I don't remember who said that, but thank you. I think that might be the issue, but maybe I'm speaking too soon. Yeah, I am. Okay, so now we have true game state cafe, game state spellcasting. So that wasn't the issue. Something else. And well, the code starts running and the code starts running and the code stops running. Oh man. Let's see. Okay. So it's not that. I'm questioning why it's only saying true once. Why is it doing that? In game state cafe? Oh, maybe this is it? No, this shouldn't work. Or this should be fine. Game state if pause screens enable all these guys. But you know what? Let's check the spellcasting. You here. Spellcasting doesn't have anything. So I wonder if I'm just curious is all. If I do this and save and just do and you're overwriting the ready? Am I? Game state ready here, game state ready here. There's no ready in here. What do you mean by overwriting? We have game state, there's no ready. There's just a few functions in the input. Do you mean I'm overwriting the input maybe? That could be a thing. As there's no input here, there's input in the other one though. So it could be the input I think I might be overwriting. Maybe, right? Because there's no input in here, but there's input in the cafe. I think that might be the issue. And 99 bucks on the game. Take one down, pass it around. 105 bucks. Where'd that come from? So if that's the case, right? How can we do this inputty guy? I guess what we can do, right, is if event is action pressed. And well, actually, you know what? Let's solve one bug at a time. We'll go ahead and save this guy. Oh, hold on. That's an error. We'll do this. Pass. Alrighty. From there, I'm curious to see if this is the issue. As yeah, I think that is the finicky part. If it is true, no. So it's not the overriding part. I think possibly what I can do here, I think, is do super dot and then underscore input. And then this will take the input of that guy. And hopefully maybe that can fix it then. So it's not input pass. And let's see. Ah, that's it. Good. Thank you for that one, Paolo. Thank you. Okay, so now we can do this and it can be returned, right? I think that works out. And then if we just do Control K, so if it's not the thing it is, we can just do return, right? And then the book, because the thing was I needed them to be different screens because while you're in the cafe game state, you can't open the, or you can open the book. But if you're in the spellcasting game state, you can't. And oh, so the game is half done, half bugs. Oh yeah. That's how it's always been. Oh, I can show you now, Dijex. Option screen, right? Isn't that neat? And then, right, go here, look at the bookshelves. Isn't that neat? And now there's a little menu thing that tells you what you need. No longer do you have to select things. And from here, what you'll do is you'll grab items off of the bookshelf. So I'll grab this guy, and you put the items on the thing now, and they float. Isn't that neat? And then all you have to do is hold down the spellcasting guy. And then it's good to go. So let's see, we're still in spellcasting, or we're still in the cafe. So we can open up this menu. We open up the options menu. If I stand here, we open up the options menu. But if I open up this guy here, we click escape. We shouldn't open up the options menu. We should exit out of this menu, and it does. Ignore that. Escape, options E, escape. Okay, yeah, that fixed that. Good. Thank you. I don't know if I would have been able to figure that on my own. Okay, so that said, let me go ahead and, oh, timer's off. Which means no more glasses. Or, you know what, it would be glasses mode now, but you know, I'll keep them on technically since this is a game dev stream. I'm so proud. Evolution. And that's every game dev ever. They'll turn itself as a pile of bugs. Oh yeah. As long as the thing is there's clean code and then there's code that works. Yeah, sometimes you can have both, but it doesn't tend to happen that way. Alrighty, with all that said, let me make sure I save the backup. So let me go ahead and commit this before we mess with anything else. Now we can move on to figuring out the tutorial. So let's see. Tutorial here, nope. I need to go into you here, right click you, go with open, and then from there, let's see. Grab you here and make sure I commit and push. So let's see, screens, functional, and then go ahead and click on changes here and cancel out you, click on commit, and it's pushed. So if we make any errors from here on out, I will be able to go back and Game Dev 101. If a bug is too difficult to fix, work it into a feature. I thought it was, if it's a bug, it's a feature. And hi, insidious being. I don't think I ever said hello to you. So hello, welcome in. So let's see. From here, right, it's funny enough. I mean, if it's sometimes the best features are the bugs that get turned into traditional features. So from here, let's go through the spellcasting and see why it's angry. The good news are actually, you know what? Before we even check for tutorial, if I go here, this is not a tutorial at the moment. We want to make sure the tutorial screen is only enabled if it is a tutorial. So what we can do now is, this is the tutorial screen. This is this little task guy that gives you all the tasks. So what I should be able to do is, if we do here, initialize, right? And if not cookbook is current level, then we're going to hide. So if the cookbook isn't a thing, or if the tutorial doesn't exist, we don't need this screen. And look at Delta in chapters 2 ascended bugs. Oh no, that sounds scary. And oh, how do you say that name? Is it Clyde? Welcome to stream, and hello, and can you hit the people? There's no violence in this game. Only calm and conducive to the environment. So now we don't see the screen because I set it so that if the tutorial is enabled and no bugs, always features. Exactly. So now we should be able to go to the kitchen here. I can go ahead, and nice thing is I have a few debug features. So I can go ahead and just grab all these guys, and then I can click a button on my keyboard to just skip the spellcasting. So if I hold this guy down, starts the spellcasting up. Also good to notice is that we also have a pause screen in here. We can click end spellcasting, brings us back into the screen. Works well. And we can also click restart, which should restart our game. So if I go and do all of these guys here, make sure I click restart. Restart does work. So let's see. Escape. Oh, that was funny. I didn't like that. Hold on. Something was off there. And violence is not an option except against bugs. They're not alive, it doesn't count. And hi, is it Godot? Welcome in. Please tell me if I'm wrong. And the only violence in this game is the screaming that happens to combine the ingredients. There's no spell casting, only screaming powerful enough. You'll start, what's the, I forget, like Vikings. You'll do Viking chants, or maybe you'll do yodeling. All right, I want to see Generative Cafe, escape. Oh, see, that there. I clicked escape. It didn't do the thing. Something's off there. And I did read that. Good. Okay, so let's see. When we click escape, or when we enter spellcasting, that's when we should go to spellcasting mode. I think that's why I was angry. So if I go in here, not to utility, we go back to not you even, as this guy's old code. This is, but I want to make sure I don't delete it before I know I need to delete it, as this was the old screen that we could select. Oh, so many names. Is it, oh, let's see, Kialak? Is that how you say it? You can tell me if I'm wrong, but welcome into stream as well. Hello. So let's see, and isn't that how spells work anyway? Some do, some are you can speak, some you can use just signals and things of that nature. No violence. Exactly, no violence here. Let's go ahead, and this is the spell casting screen. So when we start up the spell casting screen is when this should happen. So on spell casting. So I should be able to go to my mini game here. Mini game, let's see, mini game button, mini game over. Nope. We want to do our spell casting mini game. So spell casting mini game screen. That's this guy here. It's what? That's not it. That looks like old code too. Spell casting. Okay, I think it's you. Spell casting screen. Is it you? Aha! There we are. And from here, when this guy gets enabled is when we want to do spellcasting. So if I go back to here, this is this guy here. On continuous, all of these guys here, what we're looking for is when we exit out of the current game mode. So for example, when we hit or when we enter spellcasting, that's when we should exit. In a friendly cooking game where nobody has to die. Exactly, it's just, I mean, everyone's already dead. There's ghosts in here, but they didn't die on screen, so it doesn't count. Let's see, spellcasting screen is this guy here. What I want to check is when we go to spellcast. So it should be under player, as the player has a little icon over them. So if I go to player here, player, and we go to player scene, and die again. No, that's the correct, I tell ya. This guy here is responsible for starting the spellcasting now. I don't quite like that it is on the player. However, the nice part is that when it's ready to start spellcasting, I can immediately check through here with the hold buttons and everything. So that's why I put it on the player, so that when you move around, you can see the things in front of you instead of a different visual. Instead of it tracking the player, just putting it on the player is a little bit simpler. And you gained a sub? Thank you, and welcome in. Trying to learn Game Dev 2, currently on Game Maker, but Godot seems interesting. I've never tried any other engine aside from Godot. Godot's my first ever engine I've ever used, and I'm currently working on my second ever game. But welcome in. Best of luck at Game Maker, and I hope you enjoy Godot, as it's a fun engine. I really do enjoy it. I don't have experience with other ones, but I'm having a fun time here. So let's see. We go into player, right? And then from here, if we go into this guy, this area here is responsible for keeping track of if the player is holding down E. So if they're holding down the button to interact. Game Maker seems intimidating. I've never touched it before, so I could not even begin to tell ya. So we have here, right? Start spellcasting process, or start spellcasting tutorial. What we want to do is, as I think this was the issue, yeah, start spellcasting process. We can go ahead and we'll grab this utility guy. So I can go ahead and do Control-Shift-F. It lets us see all the guys, and we're looking for the one that says connect. So this guy here, on start spellcasting process, it is a signal that brings us to this guy here. So on start spellcasting process, this is where we would want to do utility dot and then game state, or current game state dot, and then it would be exit. Let's make sure this isn't used anywhere else, as the only reason we would want to use it is if we want to enter cafe or spellcasting. And join the Godot Club cult. There's no cult here, tell ya. So what I can do is go Control-Shift-F, exit. I should be using it, well, where are we using it actually? Few places. So in our options menu, we have on spellcasting end. That makes sense to exit, that makes sense. We also have on here for our spellcasting screen. So on continue button pressed, current game state exit. We also have spellcasting minigame show. So this is the spellcasting screen. Game over screen hide. Yeah, this makes sense. This is when you finish the spellcasting. So that one makes sense. Lastly, we have this guy here. So start spellcasting process and start spellcasting process, both in our desk. And what I'm thinking is, maybe it's these two guys here that are angry. So start spellcasting process and then run spellcasting. So let's try putting it here where we at run spellcasting. Oh, current game state exit. Yep. Alrighty. So once that guy is ran, we can go ahead and do. Down here, I believe, it should work out a little bit better. Alrighty. So let's see. Start spellcasting current game state exit. Does this change anything? We'll see. And Godot seems very Python inspired. From what I've heard, it is very similar. I'm using GDScript, and oh, is it an update to Marvis's Beacon? I've never heard of that before. And welcome, by the way, Night Gaspard? I think I've read the name before. Possibly. And there is no cult in the ritual room. I mean, the office. Yeah, this is just an office. A classic office. It's just your classic good old office. This is why it's ritual areas where they hover and float. So let's make sure. Game State Cafe, right? Still in Cafe. When we hold down E and enter the game mode, we should see it say spellcasting instead. So if I hold down E, up there should see, yeah, Game State Spellcasting. So when I press escape, we are in spellcasting. When I click end spellcasting, it should go back to Game State Cafe. And it does. And then I can hit escape. However, that guy's still visible. That's okay. And hold on, let me get that name. Thank you for the follow as well. Night Gaspard, and Eris teaches us typing. Well, the thing was, I wanted this game to be a good typing game, not a hard typing game like a because it's rhythm games, right? You have your OC level difficulties. I didn't want OC, but I also didn't want granny. I want something in the middle where a lot of people can play it. So maybe some stuff is too hard, but not everything is hard. And she takes people to be sacrificed to the elevators. Not true, Zero. For some reason, when we're in this Game State Cafe, it shows up. So what we'll do, and I think this will be just good as an overall precaution, is if we go back into our cafe, right? Let's go back into the game state here. This guy here, and then game state. Once we're in game state, when we exit game state, let's see. We want to take on the spellcasting game state. So I can go ahead and remove all of these prints since we know it's working now. Let's go to our spellcasting guy. So on our exit, we do spell screen disable. Now I'm wondering why. Oh, I know why. I get it. What we need to do is do utility dot disable something to that extent. Disable something. If we go into our options menu, so I switch over to options menu, I have a signal set up where you can disable the spot. Oh, this guy right here. Exit pause. There we are. Disable spellcasting options. Oh, there it is right there. And we'll just put it in here. So on exit, once you're done with spellcasting, we also disable the options that appear. So you can only use these options when you're spellcasting. And you open the elevator only to see Bobby in his true form. He eats you. Bobby is vegan. He means you no harm, I assure you. So Game State Cafe works. Game State Cafe, and we don't see the guys at the top that tell us we can exit and enter, which is good. We go in here, we grab our options, and the screen here also seems to be working where if I click escape, options, click enter you, I click escape, we're good to go. All right, and I also need to grab you. So we grab a cookie. So this should be a sweet, sweet cookie. Go ahead and hold E, and what do we have? Game State Spellcasting, escape, and end spellcasting restart. So if I click again, restart, it should still be spellcasting, and it is. And, ooh, that time, hold on, restart, enter. Aha, Gaia. So on restart, something weird is happening now. I don't get that option to exit, it seems like. So what we can do, right, go back to our options menu. So where are we at? Options, order icon, nope. We're looking for options. The options menu screen. And if I'm on here, you can see our options menu right down here. And these are the options that we hide and show. What I want to take a look at is what's going on with restart. So I believe I can just double click on the signal here, and it gives us all of these guys. So utility, current spell, print data, and restart spellcasting. Interesting. And vegan octopus, pet abuse, none whatsoever, Zero. I assure you. And restart spellcasting emit. So let's see. Utility.restart spellcasting. Where do we use these guys at? Find. And we have connect. So we have spellcasting screen, and connect is in spell select menu. Select select menu, don't have to worry about that one. We have spellcasting screen. So on this spellcasting screen, we have reset. And in reset, we just do these guys. So what I'm wondering is, why are you angry? On restart press, what are we seeing? Utility dot, and then we should be able to just print, print and debug message and say the current utility dot current game state, and this should give us the game state. We should see on restart pressed and dot name. Is that what you want? There you are. And give my man a crab. I mean, I suppose he can have... there's vegan crab, there's tofu crab, right? I feel like that could work, and Mavis Bee can teach us typing. I've never heard of that before. Let's go into calibration here, you here, and we'll go ahead and quickly add these guys. This is one of the cases where I think it could be useful. And oh, debug, I saw that. What you angry at? Standalone expression. Aha. Utility.disable. I don't know what that is. You know what? For now, we'll just keep that there. Where were we here? We'll go ahead and enter in you here. We should be able to hold down E. And what we're looking to see is what game state. Oh, need product. Go back on there. And hi, Dally, our place news. Is that how you say it? Welcome in. I don't believe I've seen your name before. And the necrotyping of the dead. Welcome in. Indeed, there's necrotyping dead going on. You play as a necromancer, so the idea is that you're spellcasting with spells. So let's see. End spellcasting. So now when I click restart, we should still see it say spellcasting. It doesn't say that. Interesting. Okay, that's okay. Let's go back into our restart signal, right? This guy here. These things should happen. So if I just click you and we do pass, what happens? Oh, actually, we'll go and do print and see what happens. So you, and you, print, blah. And so what is the concept of the game? I'm glad you asked. You play as a necromancer. Hold on, let me click on play, as it is in a playable state, thankfully. But it's a rhythm typing cafe game. So you play as this little gal here, you play as a necromancer, and your goal is to serve customers food. And since it's a cafe game, that's the cafe portion, and then you have the rhythm typing portion. And the hope is that you'll be able to make spells, and whatever spells you create, you'll be able to summon that to certain food. So we have on here, let's say if I wanted to make a sweet food, I could, sweet, and then cake. So this will be the recipe. And then from here, I hold this guy down, and hi, Best Creeper, welcome to stream. And so then from here, you type in the characters. There's music going on, but I just don't have it entered. Also, bug, another bug found. Interesting, Gaia, good. And you make zombies of the muffins. It's all ethical, I tell ya. And I just stumbled onto your channel when looking for Godot game tutorials. Well, welcome on in, and welcome again to you as well, Best Creeper. And I hope you enjoy it here. I'm very much still a beginner. This is the second game I've ever made, but I have been working on this game for about a year. So I've got a little bit of experience under my belt. So let's see. Some things are a little finicky, and that's okay. That's what we're here to do today, is to work on these bugs, as the hope is that this version becomes stable and I can get it, or I can put it on itch up this week, if not today. So I'm really pushing to see, as the hope is that we'll just talk and chat about ghost ideas. So we'll see, we shall see. And there should be a compilation every time Iris pitches her game. That'd be a very long one. And hi, I'm so slow, bro. Welcome to stream as well. And why do I always see games with themes I tried making? I feel like the cafe idea is a very common one, or even scarier. You turn muffins into zombies. We don't talk about where she gets her product at, all right? And I'm literally making a small game with fighting based on typing. Typing games are super fun. I like typing, I like rhythm games, I like cafe games, so I just decided to make a game of all the genres I enjoy. That is how this game came to be. So I can hold down E here, and let's see. Okay, game state spellcasting, okay, exit spellcasting. We are now in the cafe. So this guy's working. It's the restart key that's still a little finicky. And will the game demo be open source? That means the code will be visible. If so, no, it will not be open source. Do you mean in terms of being able to add your own music? But I had to make it 783 times harder by using Sometimes people like a little bit of challenge. Monster muffins that eat the customers. At one point, I thought it would be fun to have the food run around, and as an upgrade, you could just, the food could be enchanted. And I click escape here. Nothing happens, and I click escape again. Okay, so something's off. Escape here. Okay, end it, go back. I want to see what happens. So flavor here, you, flavor here, you. When we're in spellcasting, what occurs? Hold down E. Yep. So now we're in spellcasting, escape. Escape didn't do anything. Okay, so let's go back into our let's options menu. We're looking for our spellcasting. So game state cafe, game state spellcasting. Yeah. Enter pause, exit pause, all of these guys here. So why are you angry? Let's go back to our cafe, double check our settings. Let's see here and here. And currently polishing one of my game gems. Oh, that sounds like a little fun. It's this Godzilla game themed Tamagotchi clone. I do love me a Tamagotchi. Oh, that's super interesting. I've always wanted to make one like that before. That sounds like a lot of fun. And you said polishing, so I assume you've already done it? Or are you coming back to it? Or what's the deal on that one? So let's see. On our game state, you hear, if pause screen enable, toggle. That's what I want to know. And if not, event UI cancel, return. And if not, current game state. So hopefully the case is now that these guys have inputs. Yeah, so now your input, it does the super input first. And then for this guy doesn't have an input. So I think we're okay to go in that sense. However, what I will do now is go to here and then here. Let's see what it does. And Zomfins, cracking cakes, minotaurs. That sounds like a great idea. I like the way you think, Zero. Eventually, I would like to make the food and theme it around different things. Like for a fire or pyromancer, sweet spicy cake, or maybe even spicy cake will be a lava cake that has lava eruptions. Things like that I would love to do. We gotta make sure we can get the menus working first. So let's see. Game State Cafe. Yep. And I want to pause when we get into the pause menu. So let's go back here, hold down E, and see where we're at. And, okay, so pause is opened. If pause screen enabled, pause screen enable equals false. So yeah, this guy here, so let's see, enter in U. So step into, enter pause. And if super enter pause, or do super enter pause, and then pause screen enabled, pause screen, all of these good stuff, and then enable game pause screen, yep, options menu, and get tree pause, yep. Enable show the options menu, and then grab the focus, and then close book emit, and then close hide. So what are we seeing here? Or game? Nothing yet. And if I click continue, okay, it does do that. Good. You're making a fair point. I mean, with the right tools, anything is open source. Yeah, you make a fair point as well. And coming back to, I see. Hopefully it's not too long, so you haven't forgotten much. And I do that. Minotaurs. I do really like that. I think it's adorable. Are you reading, son? Yes, and it's still a lot of technical difficulties, apparently. But welcome in, Rudy. Welcome to stream. So all I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to figure out why my screen isn't working. When I click escape, we should see the options menu. So if I click on this guy here and here, right? Hold down E. When I click options, it should bring us to the options menu. And it does if pause screen enabled. So if not self. So all of this does work. Let me double check again. And I really think it'd be a great idea to, well, a button to have all the items get on the point and just finish making 5 tile maps using an offset tile map system. Congrats. I know when I did tile maps, it was painful. It's still painful. A lot is still wrong and why my screen isn't working. That's the summary of it. And hi, y'all. Welcome to stream. Open source is opposites. Yeah, just about. So it seems my escape screen's working now, which is good. And then we want end screen to bring us back into Game State Cafe, which it does. So let's go ahead and put these guys back on here. You go here, you go here, you go here. Hold down E. What are we saying? If I hold you down and you escape, see, that guy then doesn't go into escape. For some reason, when you exit out of it. So just to double check, exit Game State should bring us to Game State Cafe. And I think the bug is, right? If I set this guy back up again, if I click escape, it's not going to work. I need to click it twice. I know, just one tile map. Oh, I see. Got ya. Yeah, for some reason, escape isn't working. Okay, in that case, what I'll do is, well, first we need to figure out the exit, right? When we exit, all of these guys get disabled, so that should be good to go. So I'll go ahead and do this guy here, and do you here. And will beverages exist? Yep. I think currently I have hot cocoa on the menu, but anything that would go like in a fancy cafe. So you can see, right now there are sweet and bitter flavors, and then we have hot cocoa. We also have cake. So you know what? Let's do hot cocoa. That's currently the only one available, and it seems like the bottom of it is not quite visible, or at least the image is not correct. That's okay. But yep. Let's see. Okay, hold down E, and we're gonna skip the first pause menu. So escape. Okay, we're going to skip you and go back to here, end it, and now let's do it again. And note to myself, Godot is easier than C++. Funny enough, a few years ago, I was in college for C++ for game dev. I ended up dropping out and I went to Godot. And I can certainly say Godot has been very easy. It's been a very easy, what's the word I'm looking for? Transition. It's been a super easy transition. I went from memory allocation and pointers to just Godot. It's so sweet. And let's see, Gorgon swirls, eat them fast before they become hard as rock. Zero, you're giving me ideas. These are great. Hold on, I gotta screenshot that one. Clip, where are we at? Task manager, nope, not task manager. We need clip. We need the clip guy. Where's the clip guy at? Snipping tool, yep. Oh man, that's adorable. That is a great idea. Yeah, I feel like there's so many charming things you can do. It also kind of reminds me of the Undertale food ones. Let me go and place this thing here. Okay. Just so I have it saved. I also did C++ before Godot. Yep. I can certainly say it has felt easier. And my OC Ghost VTuber character is a big fan of warm tea. Oh, that's cute. I love how people teach C and C++. Me, people teach Python, but I learned C and C++. Anything I stumble upon. C++ was the first language I ever learned. So I guess it's easy from here is the hope at least. All right, so if pause screen is enabled, let's see, current value equals true. So let's go into here, and who needs memory allocation? Yeah! I mean, I have terrible memory allocation myself. I forget things a lot. So why not just put it into my games? Let's see, step into, exit pause, option menu, all these guys here, release focus, pause screen, hide. And our current guy here, so if pause screen is menu, disable options menu, and spellcasting options, hide, okay? And input event, chuck all these guys here. So now we're doing the second check, and if it's open book, return all these guys. So we shouldn't need any of you. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I got an idea. And even learned a bit of assembly. Ooh, until I found out it's aka the 31st minutes. I feel like I've heard about assembly being pain. And yeah, Godot still needs improvement, but yeah, especially 3D. From what I've heard, yep. And hi, Leonardo, welcome back. Hello. I have no idea what those words mean. But welcome back indeed. And oh,
Jerry likes, subscribe
Jerry
on
likes.
YouTube.
Thank you for the subscription. Thank you. And I tried ROM hacking. Doesn't ring a bell. Okay, I'm curious to see what if we do, right? Let's see. If we do, you here, I want to see because something's angry at the moment, and I'm pretty sure it has to do with this menu being funny. And on restart spellcasting, yeah, we're not even looking at that right now. For some reason, when we try to enable options menu again, it doesn't like it. And again, it was working before, but something to do with that. What is it? Script made it funny. So let's see, spellcasting desk, and yep, run spellcasting. I don't think we need you anymore. I don't think we need task screen at the moment. Options menu, yep, you are needed. Game spellcasting, yep. And let's see, yep, this is pause. We do all those super guys there. And memory leaks are fun. Oh man, I used to worry about them. And he said, good afternoon, cutie. Oh, I see. Thank you. And good afternoon to you too. Thank you for the translation, Rodrigo. And I did read that. Good. Lovely. Okay, so let's see. Game state. So you here, if pause screen, all these guys here, maybe what we can do, or how can we do this? Okay, if game state not equal to self, maybe that's what we do first. And then if it's not equal to self, we do different things. I'm trying to see, maybe the order of operation matters, as it does sometimes. So for example, if the current game state is not self, then we do that. And then, if it's not self, we return. So this checks for pause screen, right? So something like this. And then, if it's not that, we do that. And, if not event, no. What we do is, if not self, yeah. Okay, there we are. Something like that, I think, works instead. Let's see if that fixes it. Funnily enough, not so long ago, I don't know why, but a Unity patch literally leaked per minute. Oh, that sounds painful. And I tried to keep track of all the pointers. Oh man, pointers of me go way back. All right, test. Oh, it is enabling like there's no tomorrow now. Alrighty, if not current game stage. Okay, that's why this was. If event, if not event, so if event is, then toggle. Okay, try this now. Let's see how well that works out. So levels, all of you guys here. Okay, so game state, escape, not escape, escape, not escape. Go here, escape, not escape, escape, not escape, E, escape, E, escape, E, escape. So the game state of the cafe seems to be functional. Your game might be haunted? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It has to deal with ghosts, right? We haven't even added them back. But they do exist in they're in the files. They're in the walls. So let's see, sweet cookie, hold down E. What are we getting at? All right, escape, okay, escape, end, escape. Let's do it again with the summoning of food and everything, double checking, crossing our I's, dotting our T's, holding down. When I click escape again, it should work. Escape, it does not work. Interesting, okay. So for some reason still, Sometimes the escape wants to work, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe on our exit, let's see, on pause screen enabled. When we do exit, yeah, okay. On exit, pause screen, exit pause. Let's try adding that here. Maybe that's the issue. Try that on exit. And both of these guys should follow the exit, I believe. Maybe that's why it's not working. It's not disabling it. Are you planning for mobile input? Not at the moment, since it's a typing game. However, I'm not opposed to it, but the main focus right now is PC, since it's keyboards. I know some people have mentioned being able to plug in to, for example, consoles with keyboards, but keep in mind, this is my second game. I don't want to get too up there, but I want to do the basics of what I wanted to get accomplished, and then once we have the basics, we can see about adding some more features and things like that. So let's see, Game State Cafe, for you on our exit, let's see, exit, your Game State Cafe, you are Game State Spellcasting, and your Game State. Yep, okay, exit pause, and then down here, hide, exit pause, yep, okay, try all of this. And once I forgot, pointer, I remember pointers to pointers to pointers. Oh man, an MMO now. The hope is that we don't go too complicated. All right, so let's go ahead and do you here, and
J Mixer just followed.
Is it J Nexa? Is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow, and welcome to stream. Welcome into attempting to figure out this UI. So when we hold this guy down, you get the spellcasting screen, right? Escape, non-escape, escape, non-escape, escape, and now if I click escape again, we should still get the spellcasting screen. So let's see, add the product here, hold down E, and if we did this correctly, when I click escape, the menu should pop up. It does. Okay, so we fixed that issue. It was making sure our pause menu was not what it needed to be. Let's see. All right, and we need to also double check with restart, and then I think we'll be good. So escape, restart, enter. Bleh. Okay, so now our restart's working. Now we need to go back to our restart guy, and now we can go back to what we're doing. And Cerebus waffles, there's always 3. 0, these ideas are beautiful. And they're adorable too. Oh man, I don't even know how I'd be able to draw through. I guess it'd be like a pancake stack. Maybe Cerebus pancakes. And will this be supported on Linux? I don't know how to do that. But if I can do it, I'd like to do it. As Linux, I eventually would like myself to go to Linux. So to get better understanding things, I believe there is a way for Godot to export things, but I'm not too sure. Haven't gotten there yet. Right now, everything's just the prototype's up on itch, but right now it's the only thing. When I'm able to figure out Steam and stuff, we'll get there. As I don't remember the names, and also do NECROTYPE. There you go. You can can play the prototype at the moment. Right now, it's just on the web, and even made a smaller even Windows terminal. Oh no. And Hydra Poppers never runs out. Hold on. I'm gonna copy that one too. That one's also good. Oh man. These names are great. And let's see. I don't know if I'd actually be able to write the names out, but it can be there in spirit. Or maybe we have a food catalog, something like that. That'd be fun. Like a catch them all or bake them all, something like that. So let's see. On our reset, so let's go back to our options menu, right? And now our reset. So our reset and you here. Let's go to you. So now, just out of curiosity, let's go ahead and see if the old code I had for it, which was created yesterday, now is functional, thanks to the fact that we're now exiting and entering properly. So let's see. You here. Let's go ahead and grab stuff off the shelf. And from here, enter, hold down you. And where are we at? What are we looking at? Escape, restart. Escape, restart. So restart does not restart. Okay, good to know. So on restart, we don't need to print out the current spell data. We really just need to do print debug message. Not even really you. Yep. And we'll export on Linux. Good. In that case, yeah, I'd love to do a Linux version as well. The more the merrier. I feel like Linux wouldn't be too hard to because you just export it, right? So like an .exe and then on the Linux version wouldn't be too painful. At least I hope. I really have no experience with it. Let's see. Restart spellcast emit. That's all we really need to do. So on restart spellcasting emit, let's do Control-Shift-F. Find where this guy's going in .elf. Is that what Linux uses? Never heard of that before. So when we emit it, right, we connect it to our spellcasting menu. We don't need that. We need connect reset. I see. restart spellcasting, reset. Yeah, got ya. Okay, hold on. Run spellcasting. So we need to go to our spellcasting game mode. So we need to go back to our spellcasting guy here. Spellcasting minigame. I believe it's this guy here. Yep. And on our spellcasting minigame, the guy that actually controls everything, what we need to do is go here, go here. I believe there's a restart, but if there's not, we have reset, which just resets everything. And where are we using reset at? Let's see. We use reset on endgame, start spellcasting minigame, and new spell. So we should be able to do start spellcasting. And this guy here, I believe, uses, and that is compiling the sources. Oh, well, when I get there, I'll figure it out. As right now, I don't want to overwhelm myself too much. And hi, Faraf, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. I don't want to go do too much at once, since I'm still struggling at the menus, let alone doing different versions. And Wendy Chew pastry? I don't know about that one, Zero. That one doesn't sound as nice. But you really are coming up with some great ones. So this start spellcasting. What we'll do here is, if we click on, let's see, utility start spellcasting minigame, find here, start spellcasting minigame. Yep. What we'll want to do is as if we go here, where are we at? All of you guys here, start spellcasting, casting entered. All of you, I just want to make sure we're not resetting the version, or our in and out. So if that's the case, if you can see here in our utility, let's see, utility, we give it a spell, and then this false equals, what are you? Will you tell me? Or no, you won't. Spellcasting desk. I thought if I hovered this, it would tell me. Let's see. Mute music. Oh, okay. I think this is also old code too. Interesting. Okay, well, all we have to do here is the help of, let's see, restart. So if I go ahead and do on continue button press, we just need to restart the minigame. For some reason, it's not restarting again. Well, it's okay. Oh, here. Yeah, it resets here. So what we should only have to do here is on options menu, on not restart spellcasting, we're going to do utility and then start spellcasting minigame. And so let's see. What we'll do here, right, is then we'll do utility dot current spell. And this should work, I believe. Let's see. I think so. As now it's not doing the reset, it's doing a restart. So possibly, but we'll see. There's always trying it out and seeing where we go. So Generative Cafe, grab you here, grab you here, grab you here, and your game has made me realize I'm bad at typing. I can say a little funnily enough, that's the easy version, as I was told a lot that the song was too hard. But the hope is that I can have a variety of range when it comes to the spells, but it could certainly be that the feel of the game's not right yet, which is why you're missing a lot more. That is 100% it. And did you make sure to also try calibration as well? That can help a little bit. So restart. Okay, restart. And on restart, we also need to do exit menu. And I did calibrate. I see. Good then. In that case, not too sure. Yeah, I know currently there's a small bug where sometimes the spells just spit at you, like all the words appear at once. But thankfully, I haven't heard much about it, and I realize I type pretty slow. And that's what it seems like. I've had a lot of people come in here and say that they usually look at their keyboard, which I never really considered. So I want my game to be accessible to the point where even if you look at your keyboard, you're still able to do the spells. I want the harder ones, you have to not look at the keyboard, but I want the easy ones to be able to look at it. So I want it to be medium level difficulty. Let's see. On the button pressed, so on this, let's see. Yeah, on you pressed, we'll also do utility dot, and current game state dot and exit pause. I think that's also what we have to do. So we start it up and we also exit the pause state. So now let's give it a go. And if this works, then we can do the tutorial. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. So again, escape, E, escape. Okay, so far so good. And Harpy rolls. I feel like it could be fun to have, there's so many directions you can take the game. And that's the thing. I like taking in a lot of directions. But because of scope, we don't want to go too big. And let's see, escape, end. Okay, back in here, escape. Grab you guys again from off the shelf. Grab ya, and I think you'll probably type whole words quickly, and it's difficult to slow them down.
Best Creeper 21 just followed.
And thank you for the follow, Best Creeper. Thank you, and welcome to stream. Welcome into typing abilities. I really do hope to have a different range. I at least want one spell for each product and product flavor. that's a lot of work, which is why I'm starting off with the mechanics and then working on the pizzazz later. And make it so you need the 300 WPM typing speed. People have suggested like an expert mode. That does sound like a lot of fun. Okay, restart, escape, unescape, escape, restart. Okay, I think I fixed it. Restart. It's now pausing when I click escape. Also, end is now working. We're back in here. Okay, there's one more game state menu we need to figure out. And I think that'll help us when we get to the tutorial as well. And oh, never mind, hold on. You grab, yoink. Oh, yoink. You need to go in the trash. I need an actual food piece. There you go. Okay, let's see. And can we see you try the level? I think it's gonna crash, but sure. Hold on. Also keep in mind the internet version's also a little bit slower sometimes, or funny. It's a sad thing, but I'm hoping I'll be able to get it up on, or get a stable version soon, as I'd like to put the demo on both itch and Steam. I'd like both to go on there. All right, pause that music there. And then if I go ahead and enable it here, now I can't say I have an above average WPM. However, I am also not good under pressure. And I haven't learned the concept of limiting the scope of my work because I keep ballooning my work. Scope is certainly a thing you have to get better at. And need flavor? All right, let's see. And, all right. A space S W-E-E-T, comma, space M-A-G-I-C-A-L space S-M-O-K-E, comma, space I-S space T. W-I-C-E space B. Oh, something just feels wrong. Hold on. I'm better than that. You saw nothing. You saw nothing? Hold on. I also think, you know what? I'm going to also blame it on this guy popping up. Let me try it again. Yeah, right now, remember we're doing menus. This guy shouldn't pop up if we're in a certain menu. That's why this guy's popping up. Yeah, that's why. Hold on. My groove was hit. It was hit off. Try again. A space S W-E-E-T, comma. Yeah, me too. Yeah, we can all blame it. M-A-G-I-C-A-L space S-M-O-K-E, comma, space I-S space T. All right. W-I-C-E space B E-A-U-T-Y space O-N-E, comma space T-W. Still not done though, because the project is meter. Okay. O space H E space B Y space T H E. Yep. There you go. As I said, you know, work still needed, but the idea, the very idea. And what was I going to say? I forget. No, it's good. Thank you. You know, it's a work in progress. This is the only song available at the moment, since I want to get some feedback on how people take the difficulty of this song. So far, I've been getting also a lot of more difficult, or I've been told this is also difficult. I'm waiting for the time when someone's able to get it perfect. If they can get it perfect, I'll know the difficulty. But since no one's managed to get it perfect, I'm guessing that this is still a bit of a hard challenge. But thank you. Alrighty, let me go ahead and mute this guy and bring us back to the audio of the relaxing songs and piano. There we are, and click play. Okay, so saying all of that, we have these screens working. We have all of these screens working. What I wanted to do was on endgame. Oh, actually, you know what? We need to fix this problem. This guy here shouldn't be. And no, it's not. Nope. That's what I'm about to fix. This guy should only be available in GameState Cafe. So for some reason, when we're in spellcasting, we have access to open this guy, which should not be a thing. So let's go back to Cafe here. And what are we saying? Back in our GameState spellcasting. Let's see. Okay. GameState Cafe should not have this input. Oh no, it should, yeah. If input. Yep. A super input. Here we are. Input all of these guys. So my question is, if you exit, maybe what we do is if utility dot current game state current game state equal self. Now let's see if that guy works. And why are you angry? Indent, I say. Okay, I think that fixes it. And you should only be able to do it if you're in cafe. So let's see. Back here, open, close. Start game mode. Let's grab you off the shelf. grab you as well, and hold down E. Where are we at? I should be able to hold space now. Yep, so space doesn't work anymore. Good, that's good. Okay, we fixed that problem. I think that's it in terms of menu. Oh, we do need to do the end screen. Right now, the end screen's broken. So before we touch the tutorial, I wanted to finish out the regular game itself to make sure the capabilities worked. Yeah, capabilities worked. So let's see. Hold E. Right now, spellcasting is functional. For some reason, the tutorial doesn't like doing certain things, but the basics are working. What I also wanted to see about was ending the game. I think I have a function for that. End game. Yep. And if I do that, can we still walk everywhere? No. Oh, nope, we can. So on endgame, we make it so the player can't move. And that should be good to go. We can also do this as well, which we don't want. So we've got to do another game state or something of the sorts. And then we should be A-okay and grand as that should be about it. So let's see. There's a few ways we can tackle this, right? We could make it a game state called the end screen. That's a possibility, right? We could make it a custom command guy. And honestly, it's funny to let player walk around in the end. I mean, this still pops up. I don't mind this guy here, but remember, we want the player to be able to access the game only using the keys. So if your arrow keys are being used to target these guys, then it wouldn't make sense. But unless, you know, they did a different customization with the keys. But for right now, I think disabling the player and also disabling this. So I'm thinking we make a new game state and just set that game state to end. Game state complete or something like that and go from there. So saying all of that, what we can go ahead and do is let's go back to concepts a quick second here. And then from here, shouldn't be hide your poppers, service waffles, minute tarts, and Gorgon swirls. They're so cute. Let's see. Okay, we're going to over. Oh, actually, no, we stay here. So right now we have the game mode of main menu, spellcasting, and cafe. I want to make a game mode for complete. So on complete, COMPLETE on complete. And I played some typing games, and all those games you have to have type the menu / action you want to do, which is cool. Are you talking about the chef shift, I believe? I think that's the one I really enjoyed where you had to type out everything. That was really neat. If that's what you're talking about, I have seen that one before. I think that would be a neat feature though. Yeah, typing on like EXIT or something like that. So let's see. Complete. The issue with making this a game state is that the issue with making it a game state is that we don't really have an exit quite much, an exit game state. I guess you could say the exit game state is in main menu, but the idea is that this is a tree. The cafe is a tree. The cafe is the hub. So we have, for example, we have cafe and main menu. So I'll do it here. CAFE, cafe, and main menu. So main, MAIN, main menu, MENU. And let me slide these guys over a little bit. Select. I want to select and slide. How do I do that? Select and slide. Oh, ads are about to do their thing too. Which is A-okay. I'll let them do their thing now. That way we don't get interrupted. So let me go ahead and click this guy here. Click you, and I'll get some water and some lemonade as well. So let's see. Also gives me a chance to see if I can get this guy working. As it was so silly. Oh man. And I suck at coming up with my own original ideas, but if you give me someone else's concept, and my imagination can run for miles. That's nice to hear, Zara. I feel like that's for me too. Sometimes I get out of ideas, but then you give me an idea you have. I'm like, ooh, what about this? What about this? What about this? Let me get some more water. It's called Glyphic. Oh, I have played that one as well. When I was looking up and researching typing games, I think that was one as well I tried. Glyphica, the chef shift. I think there was possibly one more, I think. And let me get some more of this. Alrighty. Tasty. Lovely. Okay. So saying all of that, let's see. We're waiting on this guy here, so it gives me a chance to see if I can mess around with these settings to see if I can go back to being 3D. And all of them have it like that, since it intensifies the main action you will do in the game as well. Interesting. It's certainly an option we can try, but that wasn't the main option, or it's more of a thing of, I'd like to, and oh, Name Shift Games. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was lovely. And no, I'm stuck in an ad brick.
Name Shift Games rated with 1 views.
Okay. Thank you for the raid. You're not missing a thing. I'll wait for them to end. And Mrs., can you wait for 30 seconds before thinking? Like I said, I wait for the end, and someone do the one follow to hit the go. I don't know how the Twitch stuff works, and oh, hold on. I thought I'd suffocated for a second. We're good. Yeah, I'll wait on the ad, guys. It's got like a minute in, and then I'll give them the proper thing. Rates always seem to come at the worst time, and oh,
their wildest cannon just
thank you for the follow. The wildest cannon. That's my guess there. And thank you. Well, I don't know if you're in the rates. You know what? I'll wait it out, and you suffer from ad skill issue. It is done. I don't see the thing pop up. It usually says like follower goal achieved. Now do the new follower goal. That didn't show up for me. And the YouTube does ad breaks as well, but unfortunately it won't ever tell me when the ad breaks happen. So I can never know when to pause. And whoa, ads be upon ye. Yup. It says about 18 seconds left, so don't worry. Nothing of importance is happening at the moment. Oh me, oh my. Let's see if I click this guy here. Let me see if I can mess with the settings a bit. Like that there. Can't believe Iris is corporate now. Hold on now. I do it specifically because the ads allow you to have emotes. I don't know if I like look at this emote. Isn't it great? The ad should be over now though. Welcome. There's double checking on the ad's done. It says it's done on my end, so I believe we should be good. Hi, Brandon Sprites. Welcome to stream. And do you play Friday Night Funkin'? I've tried it before. Yep. And it's been fun. Alrighty. So, as I was saying, welcome in, Name Shift Games. Welcome in, and thank you for the raid. / shout out at Name Shifts. There you go. I hope your stream was lovely. Saying that, let me quickly pull you into my game to tell you what's currently going on if you're curious, as I'm currently making a rhythm typing cafe game. And you play as this gal here, a necromancer. The idea is that you're in a secluded part of the school, and the hope is that by the end of the semester, you can show your family you don't have to become a necromancer to be good in life. So once customers come in, you'll serve them. So that's the cafe portion. And then it's also rhythm typing. And been doing big game dev. Oh, good. What engine do you use? I'm so curious. So from here, once customers have had their order taken, you'll combine flavors on the shelf here and also food here. And it'll allow you to have some food and create a spell. So let me quickly see if I can unmute this, remute all these guys. Hold on, this guy here, and then pause. Oh, where are we at? Where's my chrome at? Chrome, oh, I don't see it. I don't see the chrome. If I move you down, aha, found ya. There we are, lovely. And so from here, what we do is, and I'm also Godot, lovely. Godot's the best, I tell ya. And Mr. Schiff, you should take notes. This is how you add energy. Well, hold on now. Everyone has their strengths. What I do next is I hold down E, and then it gives you the game mode. So let's see if I can do it. THEY space W E R E space S O space HAND S OME space F OR space TH E space F IRS T space T IME comma space S OCKS. It's not done yet though. Got a little bit more. Hold on. Period. And that's the game in a nutshell. And then you go and serve customers. And you are the most passionate game dev I've watched. Thank you. I try, you know, I try to bring my excitement whenever I can. Can you explain why your camera moves after character being stopped moving? Do you mean when the camera goes like this? Like here? There's two different areas in the game. There's the cafe area. So when you're in the cafe area, it's this screen. But when you're in the kitchen, it's this screen. And then there's a little guy here that says, all right, where are you at? This guy here. This guy detects when you're in certain areas. And hold on, let's see. Iris, did you change your model? No. Not at all. Yeah, the issue is I am scuffed. I am so many scuffs. You can't even, there's so many letters that need to be added. I usually am 3D. However, the issue is my internet doesn't like me today. So we roll with the punches and instead go for the 2D backup. And hard mode, words come right to left, punctuation spaces come from top to bottom. That's scary. And also your goober like, hold on now, you can't just say fighting words like that and then leave. But welcome and goodbye, Demastrix. Welcome in. And AIM also is 2D being on my stream. Can you go over it? It's not so bad in Flatland. I don't know too much about 2D, truth be told. I got used to 3D-ish. And now that I'm done with, this is just the backup guy, as was the last 3D backup image. So it's a thing of just getting used to the whole feel. And wreath cheesecake with blueberries. So I don't know if blueberries is copyrighted. Mayhaps.
The
Not
triangle
hi, the
just
triangle. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Stretch to the right, to the left, to the back. Oh, something correct. Something to the front. Okay. So what we were currently doing before the ad break and the raid happened is we were trying to figure out how to handle the game when the game ends. So if I go ahead and, oh, that's double audio. Hold on. If I click on, where you at? There you go. If I go ahead and end the game like this, we're now on the end game screen. But despite the fact, we can still move around and also open up the book. And we don't want this. So was the idea of, do we make a separate portion? And oh,
Tashay_404 just followed.
I will give it my best shot. Hold on. Let's see. Tashery?
True Linear Chaos just followed.
Thank you for the follow. You can tell me how close I got and I can try again. And thank you as well to Truly Nachos, or is it Neo Chaos? You too can tell me how close I got. Thank you to the both of ya. So let's see. I'm thinking maybe because the game's ended, we don't have to do either. And what we can do and say is, because there is a way to say if game state is cafe. So what we can possibly do is, right, say, set the game state to null and also set the player so they can't move. That's the closest I can think of. And woo, next goal. I'll have to see how the goal system works. I never know. And nice follower alert and sound. Thank ya. You couldn't tell. I'm a bit of a Deltaruna Undertale enthusiast. Plus, the sounds are just so fun. And me just flipping through my monster manual for more silly pastry ideas. I do enjoy the suggestion, Zero. So what I'm thinking is, right, on game end, so what we can do is end screen, or is it game over? Game over screen. That's this guy here. When the game is over, this guy pops up. So what I'm thinking is we just set it so the player can't do nothing. Which means if we go here, it gives us a total, and on game end, so let's see, on activate, what I'm thinking is I have a way to disable player movement. So what I can do is do utility dot, let's see, activate player movement or something of the sorts. Let's see, player movement, and allow. And then I set this to false. And I can say, I don't know how I feel about the wording. For me, at least, it's a thing of, hey, do you want to allow player movement? Yes or no? And then you answer false or true. That's why I have it like this, but maybe it could be said a little bit differently because there was enable and disable, but I didn't want to have to, at least for this. I just wanted a way to turn it on or turn it off. So that's why I have it like this, and then emit. So not only do we allow player movement to false, we also do utility dot, and then we go ahead and do current game state, and then we'll go ahead and do dot, and make sure we exit pause. And then lastly, what we'll do is set it to null. So utility dot current, actually, never mind. If we do that, it might not work. it might not enjoy it, so we'll see. And by the way, have you sent Toby your thoughts on Undertale? The thing is, that would take me a while to do. I still don't know if I wanna or not quite, as I can write essays. He let me, I can. And since it's one of my top 3 games, I could go on. So it's been something I've been considering, especially since this week will be very busy. And Cobalt Gram Slam is actually a small dish. Oh, that's cute. So let's see, utility dot, well, yeah, okay. Game mode, current game state equal null. And I think what I'll do then is possibly, if we go to game state, right? Game state, and then we can go ahead and say, game state, all of these guys here. I'm worried it might crash because it's null, but we'll see. If we go game state here to GD, what we'll then do is, I think this works fine, yeah. If utility dot current game state, current underscore game state equal null will also return. I think that's all we'll have to do. You get 150 characters. That's even worse! Instead of now so many possibilities, I'm now limited! It's like a game jam where you have to think in the box. Let's see. And do you play? Yeah, I said I do, Brandon. I do indeedy. I haven't played much of it, but I have played it before. I'm not very good at it, but I did enjoy my time. I like a lot of the music on it. Let's go ahead and end game. So let's see. End game. Enter. And utility.current game state can move. Got ya. Okay. So possibly for what we can do here is yeah. So do we check for all of the current utility game states? I'm not quite too sure. This is tricky because if we set it to null, right? That's when this happens. So we could possibly do just a end game screen, and I think that's just a better idea overall. So what I'll do instead of the null idea is I'll go ahead and do this guy here. We'll set it to game state complete. And we'll set it to a regular game state. So COMPLETE, game state complete. It does not have a pause screen, so we'll have to account for that. But what I can do is player can move. I can now disable it from here. And then in our options menu, when we have, let's see, on end spellcasting press, nope, we're looking for our end game. So game over. So now instead of the player can move, all of those things, we don't have to do that. All we have to do now is just grab a little guy here and Chimera Poultry. Never heard of that. And when you submit, you get to make your own custom sprite for the box. Oh, that's cute. That is adorable. I'd love to try, but for me at least, it's the thing of I don't have a lot of time right now. If this happened like next month, maybe. But I have a lot on my plate currently at the moment because next week's the anniversary of the stream, so I gotta figure out the events, and I have an event I want to do for my game as well. But it's gonna be a lot of work to make sure it's not buggy. So we'll see. A lot of things in the making at the moment. So let's see. Instead, what we'll do here is set the utility current game state. And since this is a game over GD, I believe I have a game over screen. I do indeed. So what we can do is let's see. And I'm just spitballing here. What do you think about making the player control logic a module and game state having a list of modules that are active during the game state? Could you elaborate a little bit, Paula? Because I have a background in C++, I'm used to dealing with inheritance. I didn't know what state machines were until I started making this game and started working with them for Ghost and customers and things like that. So state machines, or maybe not so much state machines, but something like, let's see, customer, let's see. If I go into here, right? Customers having a state manager, something like this. I didn't know it was a thing until I started Godot. So this is still super new to me. From what I like to do usually is I like to have one thing control something. So when it's something else controlling it, I don't like it quite much because then you don't know who's controlling what and doing what. And Chimera. What do you mean, Zero? I'm a little confused on that one. Saying that, and the form closes in 9 hours. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't really have time for that. I'm way too stacked with things, especially because after stream, I'm gonna go to sleep. And then I'm gonna wake up and it's gonna be less time, and I really want to give it thought and everything. Well, it feels like that'd be a little bit too stressful. So let's see here. Game over. On game over, what I'm thinking is possibly, right, we have an options menu, and then we activate it or do something of the sorts. Possibly, but again, could be over engineering. So for example, I'm thinking of doing at export var, and then we do game state. So let's see. Game state, game state, game_state. And did you get the Gang of 4 book? Never heard of it before. No worries, I have my game without any state. It's just bool checks. Yeah, bool checks is what I was doing for my options menu, but then I ran into complications where sometimes it was right, sometimes it was wrong. So I went for the state machine method, which I feel like is a little bit more seamless, the enter and exit feel. I definitely like it a lot more, but now I'm running into an issue like this. Let's see, game state. And then what we do here is on our, this is options menu. We don't need you. We're looking for our game over guy. This guy here. Yeah. And then we want to do export here. And the hope is that we'll switch to this new game state that doesn't have anything in it. And pronounce Chimera, I think, right? Chimera? That sounds more right. So on our game state, on our export var game state, what we'll have happen here is activate. So now what we'll do is do current game state, exit pause, then game state will equal this guy instead. And then from there, what we'll do is Maybe we could possibly make a new game state. We could see that's the case. Customer game state, all of those things. What I'm thinking is for our pause. So if we go to, let's see, cafe here, game over, all of these guys. Right now we have a game state complete and we have pause screen, but you don't need pause screen. You don't need exit screen, and the player certainly can't move. And that's the whole, and design patterns. Ooh, I shall copy that. Thank you for that suggestion. I do like me a good philosophy book. And do you have the game story yet? What do you, if you're still talking about Friday Night Funkin', Brandon, no, I gave it a shot, but I usually like watching people play it more than me playing it, as I said. I'm not good at it. So let's see. Game state complete. Yep. So this is what I'm thinking instead, where we set the game state, we exit out of that guy, and now that we're in this game state, we shouldn't be able to get those other errors. And design patterns, I like me a little bit of a logic theory and everything. Talking about my game, I see. Yeah. The game is you play as a necromancer, so you play as this gal here. She's a necromancer who doesn't want to be a necromancer in life. She wants to be a baker, a chef. So when she's sent to this prestigious academy by her long line of family that are all necromancers, she wants to, by the end of the semester, prove that you don't need to be a necromancer to get by in life. So she opens up a little cafe where her fellow wizard customers, fellow wizard students come in. They order things, and you have to survive until the end of the semester. So I want to get immersed in the game's lore. I'm excited too, but I want to make sure it's working before I even think about adding too many things, since we'll add things, delete things, and welcome, by the way, 4C69656C. That's an interesting name. I don't think I've read so many numbers before, but welcome in. Okay, so from here, what I'm thinking is, right, on our game state, we have all of these guys, for example, enter pause, exit pause. What I'm thinking is, because it's null, what we can do is if pause screen, if not pause screen, so if pause screen equal null, we could also just do, well, for me at least, I like doing the exits earlier, so it's different. Oh, my name's just a hex code? I see, and who else wishes they could speak as fast? It usually just for me comes down to excitement. That is all I tell ya. So if pause screen, so all I'm doing here is just, if you are a thing, do all of these things. So if pause screen, there we are, and then it should be also an exit. So this is Game State Cafe. Ooh, okay. Pause screen, all of you guys here, if pause screen. And this is in the cafe. Yep, okay. So we don't need you. We need to go to the other guy, our general one we should be looking at. So we should go to Game State. It's same. I just stutter and trip on my words. I stutter a lot. I'm sure if you stay around here long enough, you'll certainly see like that. Stuttering to the wazoo. So let's see. If game state, or if exit state, if exit game state equal null, we'll return. So return. Like that. And then also here, if, let's see, if pause screen, if pause screen. So we'll do this here too. And we don't need close book, or I think that is a thing we need. Again, some of this is old, some of this is new. I'm hoping soon to refactor. I want to get out this update preferably before, I want to get out this update preferably before the anniversary next week. So that's why I'm rushing just a little bit, but I don't want to rush too much. As again, usually games should not be rushed. And if utility current game state, yep, you don't need to be a thing anymore. We're good to go. And let's see. How much is the game gonna cost? When a dragon toasted s'mores, so that's so cute. And hi, Lion. I did read that. Yep. Okay, good. As far as the price of the game, I'm hoping it'll be $10 to $15 is the hope. I want to have a lot of stuff on it, and I also want to continuously work on it. But the minimum at the very least will be 10, but I feel like 20 is too much. So we're gonna go for the in-between. It's just another thing where I'm not too sure, but that is the range I'm thinking at the very least. Alrighty. So we have enter, exit, all of these things. And I think that's good to go now. We go back to you, should be good. Okay. Let's try that game state again, see where we're at. I think we should now have our exit game mode. And also here, we'll have to make it so that we can do an options menu. And then we'll see about the tutorial. Okay, exit's good to go. Let's go ahead and end the game. So all I have to do is just do end game. And here we are. And invalid access of property key. Player can move. Interesting. Well, player can move. Well, this guy should now be a thing. Oh, hold on. Did I set it to be a thing? Let's see. Game over screen? Nope. Hold on. Let's do game state complete. Drag it in there. Now are you good to go? Let's see. I think that's why. I'd be willing to buy it for 25. Oh, you're very sweet. The thing is, it's always a thing of, right, you don't want to price it too high, but you also don't want to not feel like you're doing enough. And I go by 4C on Twitch mostly. 4C6965C. Oh no, I missed one. 4C6965C. That is a mouthful. 4C will work just well. Thank you, thank you. Oh man, the thing is, because it's my first game, I don't want to do too much. I do want to do other things, but certainly if it gets to a point where I do add a lot of things, maybe then we can increase the price. But for now, 10 to 15. We'll see where we're at. I'm hoping this game doesn't take me 2 years, but we're about to reach 2 years, or 1 year next month. Next month. Oh no! All right, let's exit. So exit game, end game, end game, enter. Alrighty, so now we're in game state complete. We shouldn't be able to move, and I don't move. And how do you have so much energy to perform like this? I'll need a lot of black coffee. The issue is, my big issue is, coffee does not work on me. It makes me sleepy. It's a true shame, I tell ya. Oh man. Oh boy, but I'm just excited. If I'm excited about something, I can chat about it. And what is the significance of your username? It's a hex code, right? So I'm guessing the color. And okay, so player can't move anymore, which is good. And same. It's a shame. And you might not believe it, but I'm a very tired person. I am either at 100 or at 0. And like I said, once stream's over, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to take a nap and then wake up and do stuff and then go back to sleep. That will be the cycle. So on this Game State Cafe, I'm wondering why in our Game State Cafe, if utility current game state, why are we still able to do these events? That's what I want to know. And coffee works in reverse? Yeah, it's a terrible curse, I tell you. Imagine all the things I could do if I could be powered by coffee. The only reason I drink coffee is to feel productive. That is the sole reason. Let's see. Go back to here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do skip. Oh, never mind. Okay, if utility is okay, maybe what we can do is if not equal to self, return here. Possibly, because if it's not self, don't do anything. Try that, see how that works out. And but think of the money you're saving. I drink coffee. Like I said, I drink it to feel productive. I wake up, I drink some coffee to feel like, you know what, I'm adulting. And I do that. Good. And yep, I did those guys. Okay, so book open. Let's double check on the spell casting. And there's no significance, so just have different usernames. Like here, Gaia. And typing Lail felt boring. Ah, interesting. And someone referred to me as 4C, and that's kind of good. Let's see. Reminds me of, what is it, C4? Where do I remember that term from? I know C9. Brings me back to the old game, well, not game dev, but old, FPS. Old FPS. Let's see. So restart, okay? End. Good. And escape, on escape. And I think we may need some brain implosion energy. I can check that out once we are on break again. And C4 is a bit different. Oh, yeah. That's where I heard C4 from. Thank you for the reminder. So let's see. If I go ahead and click on end game here, we are now in game state complete. I shouldn't be able to move around. And our spaces work. Why? Huh? What are you doing? Why are you a thing? This should not work. And this should also not work as well. I'm guessing our game state's being set to cafe for some reason, which doesn't make any sense. When we're in game state, so on game over, we should go to game state menu. Yeah, utility.game game state. So for some reason, this guy's getting switched somewhere goes boom. Oh man. For some reason, this guy is not cooperating. And I don't know why. We do set the current game state, right? And it does tell us that we do have the game state complete, but we're still getting the signals for it. So right now, right, cafe, but if I do oh, hold on, I need to get out of that. If I do exit game, oh, or is it end game? It's end game, I believe. End game, and the 2-year anniversary for the 2-week project. Oh yeah, certainly 2 weeks, 100%. End game, game end, right? Game complete, I can't move, but this guy's open. So let's see about bulls and here's your famous. I do appreciate it, Beatus. I mean, it's been a long time. I've been doing Twitch for 1 year, but I've been doing YouTube for 2 years. So I've done a few things here and there. Let's figure out this. What I want to do is figure out why it's angry. So maybe what we can do, or actually, let's go back into our cafe. And I just want to make sure my game over is in game state complete. So it is game state complete. That's what I did want to know. And game state complete, are you a cafe? It's a cafe. It's a cafe! That's why. Hold on. If I were to, I don't know, just do the regular game state, does that work then? Are you good to go? Do you understand the words I'm trying to tell you now? It's amazing you got this done. Isn't it? That's what I'm so surprised about. It's that thing of, huh, I didn't know what to expect. I went into this very blind with no expectations, but I'm very glad and very thankful to have gotten this far. So let's see. Let's go ahead and end game again. And it's Angie because you won't give it chips. It will not get chips, and it's just the way it is. Game state complete. I can move around because we have to disable it, but no more spacebar. And I wouldn't know where to even start. Oh, do you mean with development or YouTube and content stuff? Or could you elaborate a little bit? Let's see. Complete. And player can move. Disable. Okay. Now try again. Save. Go to you. I think we should be good to go. And let's see. Give it another try. Give it another whirl. Oh, game dev. Game dev. I see. Well, I do at some point, at least soon, since the anniversary is coming up. I want to make this is how to get started. Not much of a tutorial, maybe more of a, this is how I suggest you as. Again, I don't know what I'm doing. But I can at least hopefully help people in the way I learned, possibly. So I'm hoping next month I'll be able to make a video like that. That's the hope. So end game. Okay. I can't move anymore. Space is working. This is good to go. So on end game, what we also need to do is have this play again focused. That play again button. As when play again is clicked, game restarts. So now all we have to do, it shouldn't, I say all we have to do because I feel like it's not gonna be too bad. We'll see. And at some point your game dev journey, you'll have to make games. Might as well start now. Yeah. My first game I made in 24 hours. However, when I say 24 hours, I don't mean in one day. I mean, I just started a timer whenever I worked on the game. I had that timer going, or rather a stopwatch. So I tried my best to get into it as fast as possible. So from here, what we'll do is we'll grab that, if we go back to here, cafe, nope, we're looking for a game over. We don't need the customer. We need that play again button to be focused. So what I should be able to do is that play again button, if we click on access this unique name, we go to game here, or not game, grab you, we're in game over. So we can just go ahead and do perfect nice. All of these guys here, we'll do you here. So I'll grab the play again, and then to grab focus so that we can see it on screen is if we go back down to, let's see, on activate, what we'll do is do play again, dot, and then we do grab focus, like that. And now we should be good to go. So if I click play again, now that play again should be focused when the game ends. And I did read that, good. Okay, so go back to here, right here. Okay, let's do here, end game. There we go. And play again's now focused. So now I don't need to press anything or use my mouse, which is great. So play again or main menu. So now we just have to figure out the main menu, and I think then we'll be done with the menus. Once we're done with the menus, we move on to tutorial, and then if we still have time, we'll see about ghost ideas. As again, my hope is today, if not today, tomorrow, getting this version out. So we'll see. I'm sure a lot of bugs are gonna happen, so that's another reason why. Okay, so let's see. Escape, options doesn't work, and options here. Okay, got ya. Alrighty, so close. Oh, this guy too does not work. Interesting. If I could back to here, what's happening? Let's see. Levels, or if I go into my levels, escape, that escape key doesn't work. Okay, hold on. If I go to options, options, and I click on the exit button, so on main menu press, nope. On end spellcasting, nope. So in our options menu, this guy here, also let me save, make sure we do that. So let's see, game mode's fixed. That's all I want to do. Game mode fixed. And I did do that. And the menu system seems very complex. That's why I had to rework it. It was a list of bools before, but the issue was, it was so confusing. So I destroyed it yesterday, and somehow, despite destroying it, it's even better than it was. It was really easy to implement once I could figure things out. If this makes it a little bit easier to understand, I can bring you into concepts here. So the idea is that they're state machines. So these both of these guys are called game modes. And there's an on pause and an on exit. So the on pause happens and it shows the screen when you click escape. And then on exits whenever you want to exit it. So the idea is that these guys go back and forth. They're both each other's exit. Let me slide it over here. And Cafe has the ability to open the book. So it has a few things that are a little bit different. But depending on where you're at in the cafe, the exit or the pause screen changes. So that's why there's that little arrow there. So whether you do the, the item menu from the bookshelf, or if you do the regular options menu. But the overall idea is this, where if you're in-game, you can go to spellcasting, you can go to options, or you can go to item select. If you're in item select, you can only go back to in-game. If you're in options, you can go to spellcasting, or you can go to in-game. So this graph here, I felt like was the easiest, and that's what I re-implemented. And it might work, but both closing and open the menu happened in one frame since both actions are valid. So it appears as nothing happened, just something to keep in mind. Maybe, I know I've done that many times. So we'll see, we'll certainly see. And thank you for the warning, guys. I'll probably need it. So let's see, go back into here, right? Save it, options menu and everything. We need to find the exit, so our exit button. Where are we using this guy at? If I click on here, on pressed, we have change to, but we don't really use it, it seems like. On main menu pressed. Is that main menu pressed? I feel like it's on exit button pressed. You don't seem on exit button. Disconnect. Connect. Options on exit pressed. Okay. And then now if I just switch you out for main menu, as you weren't main menu, you were just exit. So if I do this, and then, oh, actually, no, we don't want exit. We just want to escape out of it, don't we? So instead of main menu press, we actually want to just do, and it should be easy enough, utility dot, and then it's just going to be current game state, and then it's going to be exit out of pause, so exit pause. So that's the idea behind enter and exit. I don't need to know what state I'm in, but since we're in the options menu, we just go back to whatever we were. So if I go back to concepts again, let's see. For example, options can only go either to in-game or spellcasting. So it will just go the way it came in. Is the idea behind the state machine. So we'll go back to programming here. And let's see, now that we have that on exit button pressed, as I don't think it was the thing before. Let's see if we can now do the thing. And the exit button shouldn't work on here because it is not a thing. Yeah, non-existent button. Yep. And really hope we have something like consume input, so those inputs aren't being used by other mistakes. Could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean? I know, at least right now, the player inputs don't get given. That doesn't sound right. The player does not receive inputs depending on the state. That's the idea behind that one, at least. As you saw with the movement is enabled or disabled, depending on where you're at. And for here, on exit pressed. So on this options menu here, what we'll do is do if, and or actually, we'll do this instead. Let's see. The thing is, when we're in this guy here, we really don't have to worry about the game state. So my worry, a little bit of a worry, is the sense of, because we're in the main menu, we can now possibly, and I read that. What do you mean, Zero? I did read the chips part. And I did read that. Good. Okay. So let's see. On exit pressed. Now, do we set another menu, was the idea I'm thinking of, for our, what's the word I'm looking for? Because here I have the idea of having the main menu also. So the main menu would be our enter into in-game, but I don't want it to be enter in-game. I want it to just be more of a function. So I'm thinking on exit or something like that. Right now, how my main menu works is you just press a button. So that's why I'm thinking maybe it's not worth it to make it into a whole game mode. Maybe we just have the option menu work a little bit differently in here. Possibly, we can see. So if we go back to programming here, instead, what we'll do is possibly see about doing utility dot current and then current game state. So we'll do this. If, and then we'll do equal null, and then return. Like that. And if it is null, what we'll go ahead and do is just hide. Like that. Or rather, let's see, disable. There we are. Like that. That's better, as it does some other things too. So we'll disable. And utility.current game state. Oh, hold on. That guy there too. So now, what we should see is it can go back and in and out. So if I click escape here, no. Okay, we'll have to see about that guy. And that guy's also not showing up. Let me grab him on screen here. Grab you here. There we are. I just want to quickly check in the levels first. Yeah. So that guy now works. That's good. That guy's functional. And then back to main menu. For this guy here, options isn't working, but at least the escape. This options guy does work. So let's see. You. Yep. Okay, good. And when we're in options, I'd like to be able to do escape not only to close it, but also focus this guy again if we're in this guy. So for example, on let's see, on exit pressed, maybe what we can do instead is just focus not on where we at. grab focus, Yeah, enable spell casting options. Instead, what I'm thinking is, we can do on here when we are enabled. So back on our enabled, exit button. Oh, it does grab focus. Hold on. Let's open you back again. I guess maybe you're getting enabled? When you click options button, it doesn't get enabled. I think that's it. So let's go back to our main menu. Back to the main menu for a bit. And this is the main menu scene. Oh, hold on, that's the button. Main menu scene, where are we at? You. This is the main menu. And how I have my menus set up is if we do screen, I have a big screen of multiple menus. And depending on the menu you're using, it closes and opens. And is your chat setting up automatically? Is your chat set up to automatically block anything with a dot in it? I don't know. No clue, Zero. I'd have to check. And I did read that. Good. Okay. Saying all of that, let's do our main menu. So this guy here, it would be this scene. And on options, what are we doing? On options, we do options menu not show. We want to do dot enabled. Something like that instead. So now it should hopefully work properly. And when we do on escape, we also want to do options menu enabled and options menu disabled. I think would work out well. So let's just grab. I think you take an options menu. Yeah, you do take an options menu. Good. Okay, so let's just double check. Now when I click on the button, it should give us the X should be highlighted. So, options menu dot enable. Okay, how about now? Are we good to go? Let's survey cells. Options. Good, we're good. And then I can click enter. Okay, now we just have to set it up so when we click escape, options does the thing. So right now, this is not quite working. So let's go ahead and also do this enable, grab it. And then we'll go to our out of game screen. So this guy here, that's the big guy on the board. And what we'll do here is I should have a input for UI cancel. And if UI is action just pressed, we'll just need an enable and disabled. There's actually Miku viewers on Twitch. I don't get what you mean there. And let's see. Let's see. Options menu, and if options menu is enabled or disabled, I think that's just a good check. So if action's just pressed, what we'll do is say options menu enable, and then we'll do here if options menu dot visible, then we'll go ahead and disable it. So options menu dot disable should be a disable, I would assume. Is there no disable? Else. So if it's visible, enable it. If it's not, disable it. This should work. However, I'm curious about the disable. Input, swap to menu, on options. You are not an options menu. You're an options menu. I see. And this is out of game screen. You're an options menu. So I should just be able to do options menu for you. And then for that, let's see. Yep, enable and disable. Lovely. Okay, so let's see. When we're on here now, what are we seeing? What are we looking at? If I click escape, options menu. Options menu, options menu, options menu. And if I go here, interesting. Okay. Yeah, still figuring out a few things with the select and stuff, but that's certainly things that can just be rolled out as things come. For example, we have here audios and things. I'd love to be able to access all of this with the keyboard. That'd be a great change. And hi, is it Kindy Kangu? Or is it maybe Kinda Kangu? Kindy Kangu? Welcome to stream, and please tell me how close I got and I can try again. So let's see. If I can go here, you can see also there is a way to do controls. So we do have those things up and running. And wow, music game, indeed, I'm creating a rhythm typing cafe game. And hold on, I can even show ya. If I go ahead and undo this music here, this guy here, it is a rhythm typing cafe game. So if I go ahead and grab this here, you should be able to hear the audio. I can go into the game here. It's a cafe game. So you got a cafe here, and then you can grab food from off of the shelf to make ingredients for potions. So all you'll do is you'll grab these guys, mix them together, and then you have to do some typing. So if I do this, you can see A space S W E E. That's the basis of the game. And I should be able to just click end, and we go back into the game. Lovely, good. That's the basis of the game. I won't show you the whole thing, but I hope I piqued your interest. Okay, so let's see. Let me go ahead and mute this guy again. Do this here. And we were looking at the options menu. So I should just be able to go to main menu here. I cannot go to main menu. So what we can do, how can we do this? We'll have to do some buttons, but again, that's just something that can be done eventually. I do want to do it soon. My update, do you you think it should be? And
Arvo_row just followed.
Thank you, Arvo, for the follow. Welcome to stream. Now, my question to you is, do you think I should do a cleanup of everything? Because I have been doing that, but then I had to stop to do this here to add more for the rhythm and everything. So should I refactor and clean things up and add a quality of life changes, or do you think I should add another feature? For me, at least, I feel like it's a double-edged sword if you don't clean up everything because it gets confusing. However, you might go back and have to re-edit other things because you didn't do things with things. So I feel like there's so many ways to do it. Which one do you think you'd go with? Would you add another feature or clean up what you have? Because cleaning up what you have could take a while. Adding a feature, maybe not. Clean up first? Interesting. Why do you say that? For me, I'm a little torn. I feel like cleanup could be nice. But, for example, if I started cleaning up before I did this menu change, that'd be double the work. So it's a thing of, it depends, I think. So we have options here, escape, run calibrations. We're good to go here, okay? Go back here and here, makes the code more manageable. It does indeed, yep. There's just, if you don't clean up, you have lots of dead code, which I do have currently. We have levels and escape. Okay, so I think this guy's good to go. Seems to be the case for options guy as well. So now all we need to do, and this guy should work perfectly fine, hopefully, fingers crossed. I think now all that we have left is the tutorial, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go ahead and go into levels, and I'll go ahead and make sure I save this guy here, as I believe all screens are now functional. We have a good end game state, things of that nature. So I can go ahead and, this cafe should not serve spaghetti code. Agreed. And I usually refactor when I feel like the current state of the code base is actively affecting my developer experience. Oh yeah, it does. You ignore it until it's a problem. I agree. I think that's a really good way to do. I think that's a really good way to do it. As well, it depends, I guess, because if it's too much, if it gets too bad, it's gonna be really hard to clean. So the more you wait, the harder it gets. But if you do it often, it might not be, there might not be a need to do it often. I have to say the code actively slows me down. Yeah, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Let's see, and wonderful? Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy it. So let me go ahead and see if this guy on Visual Studio, screen's functional, and now all we have left to do, knock on wood, is finish up the tutorial. That's what we came here to do. Well, initially we thought it was working, and then nope. So screen functional, F-U-N-C-T-I-O, screen functional. Lovely, okay. So saying all that, sync and save, and do those things, and then we should be good to go. Okay, saying all that, let me click on play. Now let's see why we were getting errors. Oh, hold on. I gotta set the tutorial stage to enable. So I can go to no entity spawn, no entities. So this guy right here, and then from no entities, what I can do is I can just enable tutorial like that, and then we can click on play. And hi R2HDHD2. Hello! What an interesting name! Your voice and attitude are absolutely infectious! I already feel happy 3 seconds into watching. Good! That's what I like to hear! Fortunately, I can't show all of my my excitement, Chesa. Having a few difficulties. I'm usually 3D, but just imagine! Well, welcome into stream. Hello! So let's see. No one spawns, and for some reason... Oh, that's why. So at the moment, if path follower, if tutorial, I teleported, so I fast forwarded the tutorial. I don't think players will be able to fast forward, but just in case, and 2D errors is so great. Thank you. Let's see. If tutorial path follower, then do the thing. There we are. That way we don't run into any errors. And it's a whole another dimension. If anything, I feel like I have to animate myself more to get my point across, since you can't see my head shakes. Oh yeah, let's see. No one spawns. All right. So now, we do need to grab the customer's order. I also have to wonder why they snap, so they go from here to here really quickly. There's so many things that just are weird. For example, they should be sitting here, but they're sitting here. Why? Who said that was a good idea? Let's see. Grab their order. Open up this page here. And now we have to follow this little guy. And make them a sweet butter cake. So sweet, bitter, and then cake. And then from there, I also wanted to see if this guy worked. So it shouldn't let me spell cast. That was the thing. We needed a sweet bitter cake to proceed with the tutorial. Aha! Incorrect, I say. Alrighty, let's fix that then. That's another thing to fix. And will there be any cutscenes? Maybe. I feel like cutscenes would be a little bit difficult to do. I do want to do text, but again, It feels a little bit too difficult. And discarded my message that I guess were blocked. Oh, interesting. And oh, hold on. I see it. Apparently you can't see any of the messages I've been sending because I've been trying to mention the game dot.
R2_2 just
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Let's see. Oh, I did read that. Okay. Automatically can't send any of the messages. Apparently, you can't send any of the messages I've been sending because I've been trying to mention gamedev.tv. Oh, I see. I will give that a look, Zero. Thank you. Let me click on this to save in my messages. Okay, I think we're good to go. And gamedev.tv, I've never heard of it before, so I'm curious to see is how I got where I am now. Oh, even better then. I always like learning about new resources. So I'm very excited to see. Thank you, Zero. So let's see. On our end game press, all you guys, for some reason, it's allowing us to create a food. Oh, hold on. Let's see. The problem with refactoring is that it's the same kind of problem as optimization. Yep. And pretty much your optimization is the root of all evil. You never know what the code will look like in the end of it all. And people who say they do are lying. Yeah, that's the thing. I have a really bad problem with optimization. So I've tried to recently tone back optimizing and doing more duct-tapey things has been my approach. And let's see. So refactoring early can lead to making spaghetti on top of the now pristine codebase. Because you didn't realize this, no, I've had this be this way, not another. If anything, refactor when you finish a logical concept. Yep. I've been saving the big refactors for big changes. I feel like this is a big change. This is a big change to the ordering system. And yep, makes it work, then make it pretty. Yeah. I think so. I do agree. Save it for the big guys. So saying all that, what we need to look into now, if I can just, you don't need any of you. Go away. Be gone, I say, be gone. Okay, save it. And then from there, I want to grab the cafe. How I have it set up currently is in our cafe, we have a tutorial dish. That's this little guy here. You don't even see him. He's somewhere off screen. This tutorial dish is what you have to make for the tutorial. So it's a sweet bitter cake. The idea is that this will be paired in the cafe. So when you initialize the cafe, it says, okay, what is the tutorial dish? This is a tutorial dish. And from there, it just checks. So we have down here, let's see, current game state, where are we at with it? There we are, cookbook tutorial dish. So it sets the current level data and tutorial dish. From there, we have this thing called the spellcasting desk. So we go back to here, spellcasting desk, and that spellcasting desk is basically these guys. So this guy is responsible for keeping track of if you can spell cast or not and the plates and everything on there. So for some reason, it's staying true to the fact that our dish is comparable to what's on the plate. You saw it should be sweet bitter cake, but I put sweet cookie and it still allowed me to cast. We don't want that. We wanted to say, hey, you didn't do the tutorial correctly. Try again. So let's go into our spellcasting desk here, and it should be at the bottom. I was messing with it, I think, earlier today. Let's see. So if you can spellcast, so if everything is filled out properly, if you have 2 flavors and 1 product, that means this is true. So if you can spellcast, then what you're going to say is, if dish matches spell ingredient, then has tutorial dish equals true. So it's interesting, it says all of that. And then if first time placing correct ingredients, set it to false. That way we don't go back into this guy. And we also omit player place correct ingredients. So, I'm guessing it's these 2 guys. That is my guess. Possibly. I'm guessing it's the wording that's a little bit tricky. I want to enable this. So, if this guy is true, which it is, if this is true, then we're going to set it to false and omit. So this makes sense, actually. I take it back. Okay. So what we'll do is, I want to do, let's see. If can spell cast, has tutorial, oh, I see. Okay, hold on. If can spell cast, else, and then we'll do this here. So if you can spell cast, do this guy here, and we'll do can spell cast, this guy here. There we are. So you do things normally. Otherwise, if you can spellcast, we'll follow the tutorial guy. So I'm guessing it has to be like this, possibly. And then tutorial dish will go in here. Is my guess. Handle different things. That way, if you can't spellcast, show you what you need to do. If you can spellcast, show you if you can or can't, depending on how things go. And if it's the first time placing correct ingredients. So what we do here is if has tutorial dish, if first time placing ingredients and has tutorial dish. And then I think we'll be good. Yeah, possibly. We'll see. Click on play now. Did that fix my logic issue? Tune in next time. Let's see. Let's go into levels here. You here. Go into you here. You here. Grab some of you. And oh, wait, it's sweet bitter. Sweet bitter. Sweet bitter. Sweet bitter cake. Well, let's do cookie first. So this should not let us proceed. It does not. Good. Also, customer, the ordering because I teleported. So let's see, spawn, or not spawn. We want to reset. Let's follow the tutorial. This is how a regular player would be able to do it. They wouldn't have teleportation. There's even a little wall here to make sure you can't go past this point. So the customer's gonna think about what they want, think about and consider their order quite carefully, and grab you. Alrighty. So now we can open this up and see it is a sweet butter cake. Now we can go and we can proceed. So sweet, and sent you one more. I don't see another one. The last message I see from you, Discord, Zero, is discarded my message. And why you look so sad? Do I look sad? Oh, what do you mean? I mean, I can't express myself fully, but that's okay. I just have to do some more razzle dazzle. But hi, Busy Mer. I don't believe I've seen that name before, but it says you've been here before. And her eyebrows. Oh, do you mean my character? this little gal right here, the main character. Hold on. Player. Her. She looks sad, is what you're saying. 2D. Her. You know how people have resting angry face? She has resting sad face. That's the best way to explain it. Let's go back into the game here. I need to grab a cookie and put the cookie down. It's to give her character because she's supposed to be a goth. And, you know, goths are usually sad and everything, but she's actually a very happy person. She just looks sad, like a sad puppy. And hydrate? Sure.
Just redeemed hydrate.
And yeah, she does. That was the hope. If any of you have ever seen Steven Universe, a big inspiration was a blue diamond. That's where the inspiration came from. Right, hydration, I shall start. Okay. Oh, I've been properly hydrated, and yep. You know, blue diamond always looks so sad. That's where this came from. You don't see the text? Nope, Zero. I see discarded my message, and then I also see the sent you one more. That's the only two I see. If you mean the recommendation for the gamedev.tv, I do have that noted down. If you're talking about something else, I would not know. Yeah, I did scroll up. That's all I see. And that, I cannot express my love for the show in a healthy way. I'm into theater and music, so I'm sure you can assume how I enjoy it. Well, she's cute, I guess. I'm glad you think so. I tried to make her a sad puppy dog look. That was the goal, but you can see, right? Now, if I go ahead and select like sweet bitter hot cocoa, it doesn't work because we need sweet bitter cake. So hopefully, if I go ahead and put this back on, and Steven Universe sort of a classic, it's good. Let's see. Now, if I put down cake, we can do it. If I take this off, let's see. Do you think we should have a toggle say, hey, you were doing well? That could be a thing to do, to add. I don't think it'd be too difficult. It'd be a little funny, but it wouldn't be too bad, I think. But we have this guy here, and now we have hold. Yeah, I feel like I'll add an audio sound when you do a completion, so this should be okay. Saying that, I believe we're good to go. I think that fixes that bug there with the game mode. So I'll go ahead and end the game. And now we can continue with the tutorial. Let me go ahead and do spellcasting desk fixed. So spellcasting desk fixed. There we are. I don't know, Discord a bit. Oh, I see Zero. Hold on. I have audio turned off for Discord. So I usually only see it unless you see it. But let me look. Lifetime membership. Oh, that's a lot though. Oh man, 86 courses over. That is a lot of time though. I don't know. $430 it's a big deal. Oh man, that is a lot. And okay, True Steam Universe test. We are the crystal gems? Huh? That's my guess. Let's see. Okay, so saved, it's backed up. We're good to go. Let's move on to the tutorial. So I can go back here. Good. It's been a second since I've seen it. So let's see. I will now go to our menu. So let's see, task menu. And that task screen is the guy that's responsible for all of the tasks. And I think for some reason, when we finish the task of make spell, cast spell. So we do make spell fine, but cast spell is where it seems to have a little bit of issues. So we'll run it again, and I think it's going to crash. And if we can manage to figure out the crashes, we'll do a few more bug tests. And then if it is the case that I don't think there's any more issues, we'll prep it for publish, and then I can publish it once stream is over. Well, that's hopefully right now, the name of the game, as I have to compile the game and everything. So it's not like I can do it directly on stream. It's not like I can just do export, upload, things of that nature. I also want to write a form about it. So we'll see. So hold down space, open you, close you, slide on to the left, grab you, and yeah, I think for now at least, making ideas will be better. We'll make the ideas, but won't implement the ghost. That'll give me a chance to get feedback on this current system. And that way, once these guys are good, then we can add the ghost, as there's a lot of refactoring I want to do. So maybe, yeah, that's what I'll spend refactory time doing. So we'll hold down E, and then we'll go ahead and complete the spell. I have a button here that lets me just auto-complete it, and this is where we get the crash at. So, let's see. Invalid access property key points. If we scroll up, we can see when you end a game, it does current spell points. My guess is that current spell maybe gets deleted before anything can happen. For example, what I'll do is, and I just want to double check too, because I believe it lets us cast a spell, right? When we have the things working. So hold on. Let's do, or maybe it doesn't have a current spell, does it? Current spell, if I hover over this guy, it says current spell is null, I believe. So let's see. What I'll do is I will do print, and then we'll do current spell utility dot current spell. There we are. Let's give that a look and see where we're at. So go ahead and do this guy here, and it gives us a null, or I'm curious to what we'll see. So I'll let you go and do your thing. Go on, wobble your way down with your broken animations. Oh man, but it's lovely. I think it's cute. So let's see. All right, hold the guy down. Let me go up here. Sweet bitter cake. That was the name of the game.
Candle Shade just followed.
Candle Shade. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Hello. I hope you've been well. Let's see. Cookie and cake. So we have sweet bitter cake, and now we hold it down, and now it should give us a print. I'm thinking it's going to say, oh, did it do this last time? I don't know if it did. Enter. Close should also be enter as well. And
70 just followed.
Is that more or no? Hold on, let me pull that one up. I can't see it from how small the screen is. That name is Noi. Welcome to stream. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into you as well. So let's see. Close you and item to delete. Huh. There's a few funny things going on, it seems like, which is really weird. Okay, hold your horses. Let's see. Game state, all of you guys here. Yep. Let's play through the game without the skip. The skip should be fine. It's doing the same exact thing, but I won't use the cheat skip of just the button press. Let's see how well that works out. So I'll go ahead and I will, go ahead and, oh, I'm looking for audio. Audio, where'd you go? I need to allow you, and then I need to allow you. There we are. So, now the game is audible. And let's play through it. And good night, good luck with this. Thank you, beauty. I hope you have a good night. And with technical problems, oh yeah. Hopefully, I'll do some more tweaking around tomorrow, or today. Certainly, that's on the top of my to-do list to see if we can figure out things. As it was working yesterday, but maybe me restarting the internet today, I don't know. I could not tell you. So we can go ahead and hold down, and I will play through the game and see. And I've been using it for about half a year, and it's very effective. That's really good to hear. Oh, you know what? I think because this guy pops up, the player... Okay. I think I get it. It's saying no because the item, you can see, right? Bitter has been given to player. Yeah. So the player picks the item up before the game starts, which means you can't do the spell. That's what I'm thinking, at least. And I've since been using it for about a year. Yep. I use or I've played. Nope, ads are about to start, so I'll let them do their thing. I've done a little bit of a online course for it's not GDScript. It's another one, but it's for a Godot course. I haven't done much of it, but I did enjoy it. It was GDQuest. That was still very steep for me, but at the time it was like, well, I'm dropping out of college, and technically it's less expensive than college, so I decided to go down that path. But I don't know, that's super steep. But if it has high recommendations, I can certainly see why. I try my best to at least recommend things that you could do for free. For example, GDQuest does have a website where you can try out programming and get to learn it if you haven't learned it before. As I think a lot of people, the freer and more accessible you can make it, the more people are willing to try it. So if I can, I want to try my best to get people into pixel art and game development. So they're great, but they're really confusing at first. So let me get some water, and then we'll see if we can figure out a way to wow the... If player is holding E, don't pick up item. I think that's a good idea. If the player is holding E, don't pick up the item from the desk. I think that'll be a good one. That should hopefully help. Maybe. Or it might be an order operation thing. I'm done now. Steps of soapbox. I don't know where I found this. Let me get some water. Hi, MK. Welcome in. It's been a second since I've seen that name. Welcome to streaming. Glasses. Indeedy. You know, it's a programming stream, so it's appropriate I have glasses. Let me go ahead and subtract this guy here so I can see it. Yep, okay. About a minute left, which means I'll get some more juice. Usually I have coffee, but I've been having coffee in the morning, and it depends on my coffee. I like coffee in multiple ways. I do coffee as a hobby, so sometimes it's instant coffee. Sometimes I bring out the AeroPress and get really fancy with it. As I think it's a fun bit of science, figuring out the ratio to ratio to dairy or ratio to sugar. It really depends, but there's certain things like depending on what temperature you use for your coffee, it can come out differently. And it's a small difference, but it depends. And hi, Busymer. I feel like I said the name before. Maybe I haven't. I just forgot. But welcome. Either way, welcome again, or welcome for the first time. Oh man, let me get some the drink. Yes, juice. Juice has been delicious and acquired. I'm all ready to go now. We have about 30 seconds left in the ad, but I think I know the issue. Because when you started the spellcasting, we needed a way to... I guess when you're holding down E, or maybe on hold disable, something to that extent, where if you're holding it after a certain amount of time, I think this is something people were talking about before. So we'll see. We will certainly see. And coffeeology mid-code is crazy. If you want, next time I can talk about animals. Yet another hobby. But yeah, I can talk about coding, I can talk about art, I can talk about coffee. Gotta find a way to fill in that 3 minutes. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So let's see. We are at... The issue is, I think currently, right, is that the player, and let me go back to here, maybe make it a little bit easier to pick up what I'm putting down. It sounds fun. It is indeed. The thing is, coffee can be expensive when you have the machine, so I don't go that crazy. I just go okay, I'm just gonna put my kettle in a certain degree temperature. But welcome back from the ads, everyone. So currently, the issue is let's see, spellcasting. Spell S-P-E-L casting C-A-S-T-I-N-G item grab item G-R-A-B item I-T-E-M grab item. The issue is at the moment that as we're holding down E, so the interact key, you know, technically we could just make this key a different key, right? That would solve it. Where because the start spellcasting, let's see, yeah. Spellcasting, and I'll also put on here start. And I feel like that's a duct tapey solution. Though maybe you could say, well, it's a unique ability in the game, so maybe it deserves its own button. Let me slide this over here. And spellcasting start. S-T-A-R-T. I'm thinking, and how goes it? I got here recently. Welcome, Tails. Welcome to the stream. Hello. It goes well. It goes super well. I'm having a lot of fun. Since you're here, you know what? Well, let me show you our current dilemma at the moment. I'm creating a rhythm typing cafe game, and if I go back into this card really quickly, the basis of my current issue at the moment is that in my game, you have to... Oh, no. Hold on. Let me mute that audio. There we are. Double audio. Never a good sign. And let me also... Oh, where'd I go? Glasses! Oh, it's so silly. Let's see. Let me grab Godot here and grab you and grab... Let's see. Godot and then Godot. Lovely. It is now visible. What I was saying is that in our game, you have to grab things off of the shelf here. The issue is that the button to grab them and pick them up is the same as the button you need to start spellcasting. Oh, hold on. This is not the right recipe. I've locked myself out of it. We need that. Yep. We need you. You go there. And then I also need a cake. There we are. So you have to hold E to start spellcasting. You also have to press E to pick things up and off. I'm wondering, do we want to hold E? That would be one solution, right? Just make the button that you have to hold different. That would be a simple solution, but I don't know if I like it. I like the E being interact. I feel like everything that you can interact with feels intuitive, but maybe it's the sense of, because it's spell casting, maybe it's a different button. But if it's not hold E, what could it be? And, oh, hold on. The game states cafe, but I can't open up my, oh yeah, that's disabled right now. So, one option, just change the key. What could be some other options, do you think? Let me go back into here. And can we use magic in the Vape? Huh? Can you elaborate a little bit? I don't get what you mean exactly. It did say you were new here, so my game, the idea of the game, cafe. I see, yeah. So, if I go back here, the idea behind the game is, since it's a rhythm typing, I thought it'd be fun if magic equals poetry. So in order to complete the game, you have to type out spells. And if you do your typing correctly, she'll say a little poem, and then poof, the dish will pop into. No worries, I sometimes misread. the dish will poof into experience. So that's how magic works around here. It's verbal. That's the hope, at least. The issue is the buttons. How can we do the buttons, do you think? And let me go back to concepts here. So grab item. Start spellcasting, and they are the same key. So I will scroll out a little bit like this, and I wonder what that line is. And typing correctly may prove challenging. Yeah, typing can be a little bit of a pain. I can certainly agree. And hold Q for spellcasting. Anywhere in the hand doesn't need to reach. Yeah, the thing is, we can always have the player change the key, but changing the key could be, I think it's the easiest solution. It's the simplest solution, but my wonder is it the right solution? Let's see, this one's hold. H-O-L-D, hold. This is press, P-R, that's not press, that is not a P. P-R-E-S-S, hold and press. That's two S's, yep. And same key, same, I'll make you this color, same key. I think though, just making it a different key does work. And Occam's razor? What do you mean exactly? Or do you mean the music? It's probably what you're talking about, let me double check. Nope, this one's Luma. I don't know what you're referencing. Let's see. So same key. Yeah, maybe holding down Q is just a better option. I think that works. Same key. K-E-Y. The boss fight broke my C key, so I rely on clipboard. Got ya. No worries. I'm like always pasting it, hence vape. Makes a lot of sense. Let's see. And there's also the opposing teaching. Let's see. Yeah, let's just change the key. And it shouldn't be too painful. I say until it's too painful. So let's go back to programming here. I have a few ways to change it. If we go here, shouldn't be too bad. If I go into my project, I should just be able to do input map, and then I can add a new action, and I'll say start, and then spell casting. Spell C-A-S-T-I-N-G. Start spell casting. And then from here, I'll add that button to be, let's see, filter by name, start. You can't see this, unfortunately, because the UI is a little funny, for Godot at least. So I'll just have to change it in here. Start _ spellcasting, and I'll set the button to Q. So it should just be Q. And set that to close. So that from there, what we can do is if we go into, I believe it's called my options or controls. Nope, it's called something else. We'll just go to options. I can never remember the name. And Occam's razor, meaning if you have two competing ideas to explain the same phenomenon. Oh, got ya. Thank you for the explanation to both of you. And the idea of the simplest solution is usually the best. Sometimes it feels like the simplest solution, while being the obvious, doesn't always mean it's the best. And hi, was it Anno or Ano? Welcome in. And imagine wanting to change one thing in my code and now needing to fix 100 euros. Thankfully, for me at least, I tried my best to make it modular, so I don't have to change too much. For example, adding that key shouldn't be a problem. All we do is first add the keybind, right? And then what we can do is go into my options menu, and in our controls, where are we at? Controls, because I can't remember the name. Panels, exit, controls. There we are. What are you called? Input settings. That's certainly intuitive. But from my input settings, what I'll do is input actions, right? We have interact. We also now have, we have one called start spellcasting. And then on here, I should just be able to do start and then spellcasting. This big guy here is where we do the words. So if I did this correctly, we should immediately see a difference. And I just changed the way I make a window. That sounds a little painful. And what? Rebind your keys? I lost my keys. Access and scratch the circuit, cleaning it. Oh, that just sounds painful. And it's the best and usually the worst is complicated. Yeah, I like my best to try to go the route of it works and it's seamless. It's got a little bit of style to it. And the simplest solution could bite you later. That's what I mean. Yeah, sometimes the simplest is the best, but not always. And messaging from phone, power went out. No worries, Zero. And let's see. Yes, YouTube really doesn't want me. I thought it'd be the other way around. So from our options, right, we should see now that new key. Interact, start spellcasting. Lovely. However, we don't see that key for some reason. I'm guessing it's because the key is spelled wrong. Maybe how I have to spell it is not with the underscore. So what I'll quickly do, just to double check, is I'll go to start spellcasting, not do the underscore. Close it. Did I do it right? I think I did. Save it. And now let's see if it pops up. But getting something to work, it is indeed. Yeah. I feel like if it's not too much of a hassle to do the medium version though, usually I try to aim for the medium. Sometimes again, simplest is always sometimes the best. There we are. And hope my computer isn't messed up now. Hopefully not, Zero. I hope things work out. I know I've been having complications of my own, but I hope you're not, or they get better. So now if I scroll down, Q. All right, it's in there. So start spellcasting Q. And now all we have to do is, fingers crossed, go to our, well, first we have to go to our tutorial, so our task screen, which is right here. And in our task screen, I should have a task that says spellcasting. So if we go here, right? Great job. Now to start the spell, hold interact. It's no longer interact, it's start spellcasting. So we put that there. And then also now we go to the player. So go to player. And now we have to choose the player's detection. And I like C being relatively the same place. Doesn't slow down my typing. Interesting. The good news is we can always read keybind. And hi, Decorser. Welcome. Where's it, Decorsair? Welcome to stream. And hi. I hope not too late. Nope. We've been having a bit of technical difficulties and also just hoping to get the game working as well. Get the game's menu system and menu system, option system, things of that nature. So yeah, you're right on time. We've just been a lot of chilling here and figuring things out. So if I go to player, let's see. All I'll need to do, fingers crossed, is if I go down to our input, I just need to see about interact. So if holding interact pressed, we don't want that one. What we want to do is do start spell casting. And then let's see. From here, we also need to do if not action just pressed. I believe this will do everything we need it to do, possibly. We'll see. we'll see. And now I custom my keyboard. Now I type wrongly on a normal keyword. Interesting. I've seen some keyboards that are split in half. It's weird, but it's so neat. So let's see. Go back into here, right? Move around, interact with U. And once we do that, we interact with E. So we just have to wait for them to want their order. We open the book, close the book, go in here, mosey our way on down, and it should say, oh wait, we have to grab the items, right? Let's see. We'll grab you here, and we'll also grab cake. And from our cake, it should say now, activate with Q. Hold E. Oh, we forgot to change the text. But it does say Q down there. I just want to see. E doesn't work. E shouldn't work. We hold down Q. Oh, yeah, we can pick things up. I'm holding down Q, releasing Q, holding down Q, holding down, release. So that works. We just have to change the text. And I think we'll be good to go. So back on the player, we just need to make sure that that hold down is different. So let's see. There should be a label I can change. It should be the spellcasting start instructions, I believe. Yeah, hold E. Ooh, this is not good. What we will do is change this since people can rebind it. And I have a good function that does this already, thankfully. So let's see, hold, we'll just do that there. And from here, what we can do is I believe I have a signal set up. So if we go back into ready, right? We go down to, down to here. We set it to utility dot input. And let's see, on input change, well, that's the one we're looking for. Controls change, maybe that's it. Maybe we have to go looking. Yeah, controls updated dot connect. From here, we can reset the words. So what we can do here is do a func, and then we can say change interact, or not change interact, change labels. Let's just keep it simple. Change labels. It'll be a void. So let's go ahead and do void, and then pass here for now. From there, what we can do is also put this guy into here, like so. And then from there, and is the Mario, I think it's so. A lot of these songs are just piano versions. And it is Luma. This one is Luma specifically, but it is Mario themed indeed. And my disappointment is great, and my day is ruined. Oh no, Zero. I hope it gets better at the very least. That's never any good. Let's see. So on change label, next up what we'll do is we'll grab the start instruction, give it a unique name, as I've been enjoying the unique names recently. Yeah, access this unique name. And then from here, we'll scroll back up, add it to our, let's see, status indicator, all of these guys, and we'll grab the start instructions. Oh, where are you getting used at? Hold on. Oh, I already do it. Great to know. Wonderful to know. Never mind then, I take it back. We already do this. Yeah, I didn't even realize. Well, good on me for thinking ahead. Okay, so we just changed this to start spellcasting. There we go. And now we just set that to that guy, and then we'll be good to go. And soggy harpy rolls, that sounds disgusting. Oh man, can you imagine soggy bread? Yuck. Alrighty, we'll go you here, and actually, hold on. Let me go back into here, and we'll see about also disabling the cafe guys. As again, the hope is that today the update can go out. So we'll see. Save you here, play you here. So let's see if we can play through a normal run of the game. So levels here, go back to here, and when spawns, I'll go ahead and now hopefully I should be able to skip the game. I think. Skip the mini game at least. So we have the customer, they'll go ahead, run around, decide what they want, think about it, think really long and hard about it. Then they'll have their food order. You can go ahead and open the book. Sweet bitter cake, that is what is on the menu today. So we can go ahead and slide, oh, hold on, slide over here. Grab sweet, grab bitter, and can you do a sneak peek where we can see the concept of the game? Because right now I'm confused. That's what I'm doing right now. Hold on. If I meet this guy, I can show you. Let's see. You mute that, and then I can go ahead and go here. All right. So to those of you that hopped just now, I'm currently making a rhythm typing cafe game. And the idea is that it'll combine rhythm and it'll combine typing and cafe. Around here is where the cafe is. These are our customers. These customers will come and they'll want certain dishes. So this customer will come in, they'll think about what they want, and they'll read the menu, and then when they're ready, they'll tell us what they want. So they're ready to order. So I'll go ahead and hi Toak. welcome to stream. From here, the customer's ready to order, so we'll interact with them. And this is our book. This book lets us know which customer wants which thing. Each part or each section represents a part of the desk. So from here, we know that they want a sweet bitter cake because of the icons. So since it's pink, purple, and then a cake icon, what we can do is grab the flavors off the shelf. So we have bitter on here. We also have sweet. We'll grab those, and then we also need a cake, and that's the cake icon. So that's the hope is that this atlas will make it a little bit easier to understand. And from there, what we do is now we have to hold down Q to start the spellcasting. Since we've done the cafe portion, now we need to do the rhythm typing. So if I hold down Q, let's see how well this works now. So for the spellcasting, it's a little bit different. There is an area in the middle of the screen you can see that's pointed, and this guy here, you just type the buttons when they come in the center to the light. And then from here, we have the progress bar. When this is full, the game is over. And about coding, I know it's not the same, but with my experience in web development, codes are something magical. Sometimes they don't work and when they should, and oh yeah, that's the best part about coding. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. All this pain regardless. But it's so magical to see when it's working. This is your spell progression bar, and then up here is your failure meter. So if you get enough failures in a row, the spell will not work. So from here, what we can do is click on close, and it starts the game. BEWARE space THE space JABBER WOCK comma space MY space SO N space T HE space JAW and blah 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 HAT space BIT. That capital J! That was bad. Or it was lowercase j. E comma space THE space CLAWS. There we are. We got an okay. You know what? I'll take it. We can finish up the spell, and it's working, which is great news. However, you can notice, right? in the minigame, once the minigame's over, the task menu does not reappear. So that's something we need to fix. So let us continue. But that's the gist of the game. And then you go to the signature of the customer. And how's the beat map editor? Could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean, Christopher? And welcome to stream as well. Welcome in. And if you wouldn't mind elaborating, I wouldn't mind trying my best to answer your question. So let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Let me go ahead and mute the song. You. There we are. Okay. And we can go ahead and close this. We just need to enable the tutorial. And punctuation capitalization should only be... You know, funny enough, I didn't have spaces to begin with, but people were saying, it feels weird without spaces. It's hard without spaces. So you know what? I said, okay, all right. I'll add spaces. It's funny to hear you say the punctuation part, though. I do feel like it makes it harder. Maybe that could be a thing. The game has certainly evolved over the months. So, to enable our task screen again, there should be a guy here. It should be a, let's see, hide task screen, and it should also be show task screen. So let's go ahead and do show. And then from here, once we finish spell casting, we can just do show, yeah. Utility.hide, we just want utility.show. Then we'll go ahead and do copy you, go down here, hide, show, like that. And then from here, we'll grab this signal for the show, and like this. And now we just need to find on the end of spell casting. If it is a tutorial, do so and so. But what we can do, thankfully, is, oh, never mind. We don't even need to do that. That's not even a requirement because we're working in the function. As in, we're working in the script. Maybe that's a better way to say it. The sense of, once player has made the dish for the first time, so we've done this, all these guys here, we should just be able to click, or say, show. So we go back to cast screen, player made dish. Yeah, why are we not show? Task is empty, task has spell complete. Okay, well, let's see. Let's take a look and see why it does not agree. And it takes in a music track. Oh, that's what you mean. It creates the letters, the game, hold on, creates the letters and predetermines poems. Yep. And hi, I was thinking your game was something like Typo Jam. I have heard of Typo Jam before. I only heard about it like a few months into game development, but it was so hard. I tried it, and what was it? When I started making my game, I tried to look at a lot of inspirations, the games that had to do with typing and games that were rhythm games. So I certainly looked into that. We've also looked into Rhythm Doctor, Rhythm Heaven. Yep. If I go back to here, I can even show you some of the direct inspirations, at least game mode style wise. We have up here some, let's see, there we are. We have Rhythm Doctor, Rhythm Heaven. There's also Melatonin, and there's also Crypt of the Necrodancer. It just coincidentally has another necro part to it. So let me go back into here. But hi, Christopher. Welcome in. Welcome back. But I have seen Typo Jam before. And Dee, I couldn't even figure out how to play it. You want to know the worst part? This isn't even whiteboard number 1. I had a whiteboard number 1, but it somehow the file got corrupted. So this is whiteboard number 2. Oh man, and the huge single page of notes. I work best when I can doodle. There's nothing to be afraid of. I have these boards for my project. It's really fun. Yep. And what about Scratching Melody? Have you played that? Never heard of Scratching Melody, but I can put it on the to-do to search up. So thank you for the recommendation, Brenda. And I did do that. Good. Okay. So I wanted to see why. Oh, great. We don't need you. That's not a thing we need. And let me take some notes. 2 terabyte hard drive. No more space. I only recently... Oh, I have seen Scratching Melody before. Yep. I have seen it. Indeed. I just put it off the off screen. But yeah, I have seen that one. I haven't gotten a chance to look at it very well, but I have seen it at the very least. Alrighty. You. I need to take your order. So fess it up. Hand it over. Let me at 'em. Let's see. Sweet bitter. I don't know why I looked. I know it's going to be sweet bitter. But I still looked. And I personally use OneNote and through thought my notebooks were big. It depends on what I'm doing. Sometimes I need a whole graph, in which case I'll use a different program. I can show you this too. Let's see. Go back into Obsidian. I'm currently working on an Obsidian page for it, or Obsidian document area. Is that how you'd call it? So slowly but surely, this will be my OneNote. want to know how many plugins I have on here. You know, just a little organization here and there. Oh boy. I like to prefer chaotic. Oh, it's not even chaotic mess. It is organized. There we are. Yeah, organized. There you are. And Obsidian, not gonna lie, yeah, it goes hard. The fact that you can just make a plugin, isn't it? But I don't know how to make plugins. That is an issue. Yeah, no chaos. Yeah, so it's not a chaotic mess. It is an unorganized, organized mess. Alrighty, let's see. So when I click finalize, this is when the thing should show up. Click. Okay, so we're not seeing that created spell work. Okay. So, what we need to happen is this needs to show if this has been done. Because imagine, right? The player doesn't make the spell properly. They shouldn't be allowed to go and continue. I think it should go back to what it was if the player didn't do it. So, let's see. If they get a fail, then it's the same exact thing, or same exact screen. But what I mean by that is if we just grab these guys really quickly, grab you here, and grab you here, and I've never understood how people could be productive with Obsidian. I spent too much time just customizing. Oh yeah, this is the third time I've used Obsidian. And I'm worse, I usually do 0 pages. Everything in my mind, I lose everything in my mind. If it doesn't go on paper, I will not see it. What I wanted to see, right? There we are. And you can still click finalize. And what we want to see, I guess, is to check if dish has been made. If dish has not been made, do not continue. I think that would be better. So if we go back here, right? The player made dish for first time. That's that signal here. Task screen, player made dish. Yep. So what we're gonna do is player made dish. You should be fine. I don't think we're using this function. I think that's the issue here. Let's see. Player made dish. Fine. Yep. Emit and connect. So it is emitting an item manager at least. Interesting. And hold on, let me scroll up a little bit. Plugins aren't that hard to make. Obsidian is basically a browser with a website inside. I don't know anything about JavaScript. The only programming language I know of is C++. I'm currently trying to learn JavaScript though. I want to learn JavaScript, HTML. I do want to know those things. And you do so much that never gets more. I see. And you might want to look into localization. That is a topic I will look at when I get there. Well, the thing is, right, it's typing, and I don't even know how the spells would work if it's not in English. The spells might change in difficulty. If a word in English that's short turns into a really long one, I haven't thought that far. I'm still on screens. Oh boy. So let's see, reaching the end of the curve. And I use text-based editors for notes. Oh, text-based. Toak, you're a rebel. So let's see, create dish. If we're looking for player has made dish. So if player made dish for first time, this is what we're trying to see. And if you know C++, JavaScript will not pose any actual difficulties. I see. More like, why are you the way you are difficulties? I see. That makes sense. And I mean, dialogue localization. Yep. The good part about my game is that I made it as flexible as possible. If you use up all the words, like the song just loops, which is great. So I can put in anything I want and pair it up to any song. Though I'd like to have certain songs or certain lyrics soon, but that is future. So let's see. If player made dish for first time, this should be true. If we do this, I see. Okay, set you to true. And if player made dish for first time, we actually want to do. Okay. So my issue is, because when the dish is created, we don't want the menu to start up, right? I'm using this image to challenge myself in code CPP. I'd like to see what you think of it. Just squirt up attachments. Never know what the attachment stuff. It's a little spooky. Is there another way you could send it possibly? If you could. Let's see. If player made, yep. Then again, about all the times I've clicked on the other guy, so let's see. Oh! Yeah, I can click it. Let's see. I don't know what it says, though. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Programming challenge, easy, difficult, hard. Yeah, I do have Discord. This is a big guy. I don't even know what I'm looking at. And oh, did I freeze? Weird. Is this even freezing? Oh, man. I have no idea what I'm looking at, truth be told. Download manager, make elastic producer. I have no idea what this means. It's a big grid of stuff. So let's see. Now that this is true, we set this to false. And then I think maybe what we do is do utility dot player made. I do think this should be more of a utility thing. I really want to use nivim. Oh, never heard of that one. Player made dish for first time equals false. If this guy is player made dish for first time, I want to see. It's tricky. The issue is I'm having right now is if we go back into concepts, we move you to where are we at? The issue with having a big board is that it makes it a little hard to see where you're at sometimes, especially if you leave and come back. My current issue is that we have a screen, right? So we have screen, we have a screen, and on a screen, the dish is spawned. So spawn dish, S-P-A-W-N. Actually, maybe what we can do is do on finalized, dish is spawned. Wouldn't that work better? Because right now, it's spawned on the screen. Let's see, screen, S-C-R-E-E. Oh, hold on. Spellcasting, S-P-E-L-L. Spell. Instead of being spawned in the cafe. So if we just move the spawning to cafe, that should work out, right? I think. So instead, what I'll do is, we'll see. Here, where we do create dish, we're going to do Control-Shift-F, find, and, oh, hold on, utility create dish, connect. When are we using create dish? That's my next question. So let's see. Create dish is being used. It should be only used in like 2 places. Very few. Yeah, 2 places. Like aside from this one, we create the dish. Oh, undo. The dish is being created once we get our score. What I want to happen instead is for the dish to be created when we click complete, finalize. That should be when it happens. So, since that's the case, we don't want it to be this as, well, the thing is as well, game over, disable all of these guys. Okay, utility, dish, create dish, utility, current spell, grade. Is there a way we can take the scorekeeper, link it up to our spell keeping screen, or something of the likes? Possibly, maybe. That way we can create the dish when we're ready. Maybe. If we go to our, we don't need options screen, we don't need input, we don't even need player. What the issue is right now, at least, is we need scorekeeper. So let's this guy here, scorekeeper. It should be on the spellcasting screen, I think. Let's see. Spellcasting minigame. This guy here, I think. Is this it? Nope, we're looking for screen. This big guy. Yeah, this guy has a scorekeeper. So what I'm thinking is, maybe our scorekeeper can save completed dish, and then on complete, that's how we can do it. Possibly. Maybe. So let's see. We'll do an export var completed dish. Well, the dish hasn't been created, right?
Like 7_awk just followed.
Thank you for the follow, like. Welcome to stream. Welcome inside. Welcome to struggles and refactoring and structuring. So let's see. Okay, maybe this, right? Create dish can be different than spawn dish. So on create dish, let's see. Maybe what we can do is, yeah, on create dish, let's go to our dish manager and do tutorial dish and maybe like a dish and queue, something like that. If we go to you here, dish manager, there should be a dish manager. Manager. Customer, entities, dish manager, item manager. That's what I'm calling it. So there's so many items now. Saying that, right? Our create dish. We create a dish and then we spawn the dish. So what I'm thinking is, right? It's a little bit different. Create dish, create item. Yeah, okay. So all of this happens when the dish is created. So what I'm thinking is, we do all of these guys. We create a dish, new dish. You guys here. Yeah. If the dish is created, how can we do this? Tricky. Maybe we can export it to finalize. That was the goal, right? So to finalize it, let's see. We can work in this screen, our big old spellcasting screen. Then from here, what I'm thinking is, what scorekeeper can do is link it up possibly. Even I suppose this can't understand the model. Something is tricky, I can't say that. It's the order of operation that's messing me up at the moment. We want on finalize to make the button. So on complete, this is where you do the things. So maybe instead, right? Completed dish. Okay, we'll grab the scorekeeper, I think, and grab it into you. So on scorekeeper here, we'll maybe possibly add node and on pressed. I believe we can just add another one here and add it to scorekeeper. So on complete button pressed, we now have on complete button pressed. And then we can do some other things. So created dish. If created dish, possibly. How can we do this? We could do like a, tricky. When the dish is created, yeah, I think this will be our best bet. We only use create dish here. So instead, what we'll do is, we'll say, current spell, current spell, and then maybe, dish spell. No, that doesn't work either. Created dish. Tricky. Okay, create dish, make dish, all those things. Maybe what we can do is create dish by grade. That could possibly work. And hi, Mr. DeBoy. Welcome to stream. My game released on Steam recently or like today. And welcome in. And congratulations. They, you can feel free to post it if you'd like. Let's see. And did I miss anything else? Oh, hi, Banan. Welcome in. And sometimes the oversized glasses have to happen. It's big, brilliant. And 3 days ago? Oh, lovely. Yeah, feel free to post it if you'd like. So let's see. Great games, and that's the scariest in the chats ever looked. At some point, I just couldn't follow the conversation. But I'm glad this is a place where people can talk about those things. So what I want to do is create dish by components. components. Create dish by components. And then what I'll do here is, and thank you, Mr. DeBoy. I was looking at it before, so I was curious in it. Yeah, and it's adorable too. Certainly. Yeah, thanks. I'm glad it's released. It's really nice to hear. It's always nice when you do get a release. So let's see. Create dish by components. So instead, we'll take here our dish type. So type, and then we'll go ahead and do, let's see, dish underscore or dot type. And then we'll go ahead and do dish dot flavor combo, things of that nature. And yeah, flavor combo, FLAVR, flavor combo. And we're also going to need the grade. So new and then dish. Oh yeah, dish dot. Oh, this is too big. It's going to be dish dot flavor combo. There we are. Something like flavor combo. There you are. And then dish dot. Oh, hold on. Dish needs to be small, like this. Okay. And why are you angry? Dish dot flavor. Okay. Type is just type. Dish dot. And then flavor. Oh, flavor combo should work. Flavor combo. Why are you so angry? In such power, human beings can verbally spell that fast. Oh boy. It comes with experience, I say. So let's see. Dish type. Let's go back in here. What am I using? I am using flavor combo. Utility says I don't have flavor combo when I do have flavor combo. I think it might be hallucinating. Possibly. Dish.flavor combo. Or I just spelled it wrong, underscore. Makes sense. Okay, got ya. And how do you figure out functions and nodes? Is there an index? Can you elaborate a little bit, Zero, on what you mean in terms of index parts? I can try to answer if I can. And this is giving me plate. I ended up figuring that out. Don't worry. So instead of this create dish that we have for you, we can still call create dish. Or now we can do utility dot and then create dish by components. And I think that'll be a little bit better maybe. And also the Necronomicon does not work. The fact you have to say it like that. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh boy. And maybe what we can do is do create dish by components. Save components or something. I don't know. That's just a tricky one. And Eris doesn't have Godot have timing issues, which can cause certain faster beat maps have issues. Let me slow down. Doesn't Godot have timing issues, which can cause certain faster beat maps? I have been working on this rhythm system for a very long time. It has been painful, I can say. How I currently have it set up is I have it set up by MIDI files. So if I go to JSON maybe, that's it. Actually, map. That should be it. And I currently have MIDI files. So if we go and click on this guy here, it should tell us. It should be notes array. You're not set up currently. Who's set up? Who can I look at? Yeah, it's a JSON. So JSON. So, let's see. Rhythm manager, flavorless. No, we want you. There we are. So it takes the time signatures whenever the song appears. That's it. That's how it goes. And then it starts the song and just checks for the current time and compares it. Is how the current logic is. The timers, yeah. I don't have any timers. I have like a time tracker. I used to have timers, but they didn't work. So I switched to what's the current time? What's the next song? What's the next beat supposed to appear? That's how it is now. That has been a lot. It's been a smoother process. So let's see. Okay. Update time checker, spellcasting desk, utility. I was thinking create dish by component. Maybe what we can do is insane game dish strat. Thank you. I did happen to raid someone who was also creating a rhythm game. So he helped me a lot with figuring out the calibration system. As I figured out the rhythm system, but calibration was another thing. That part was painful. So I'm thinking maybe create dish and create dish by component. Maybe what we can do is then save this component or something. I don't know. Create dish by component. Maybe, I know there's a way to add functions into, but I think that's going too far. The issue we're having at the moment, and I said this before, and it's tricky. Right now, when you're still in the spell screen, it spawns in the cake, or the object. We want it to spawn when you're in the cafe, but when the spell completes, that's when it spawns. We want it to complete when you click the complete button. So that's what I'm trying to figure out how to do. Right now, the spawn is linked to the scorekeeper, so it keeps track of when you're in game, when you're not in game. So maybe on end game ended, that's the tricky part that I don't know. On game ended, because we want to move the spawn function to this guy here, is the hope. And I probably would have copied the Odyssey leader's code. I have no idea what that is. And we can always just track time with Delta. That's kind of what I'm doing. The issue is with Delta, at least, because you're hearing audio, it's a little bit different in the way things work. Making a rhythm game is a lot different than dealing with Delta time normally. I think if I go into because I did try Delta didn't work. I can't recall certain area. So let's see, create dish. I thought this might work, but I don't think so. Maybe what we can do is do like a save, and that's a cool transition. Thank you. It's got a little bit of space thing here and there. What I'm thinking maybe is we can do save or bool for save. And if you save it, maybe then save and it's a bool. So if the dish is being saved, we don't actually create it. And then we call the save dish later if there is a save dish. And guess who's back again. Hi, Banan, welcome back. And yeah, laser C sharp. Oh man. Let's see. So create dish. And then I'm thinking signal. Signal load saved dish. Maybe like that, load save dish, possibly. And this just checks to see if it has a save dish, maybe. And from there, what we can do is then say if there is. Oh, hold on, I got it. Hold on. Okay. And oh, hold on, create dish. That should not be deleted. I'm thinking what we can do is, because there's a way to tell if the space is occupied in the desk, right? So if we first go back to our scorekeeper doesn't have to know about this guy. I'm glad. We don't have to fill it up with other things. And let me just make sure the export, I didn't do export for you, I don't believe. Casting, nope, okay. So down here, we can keep this. This is fine. What we're looking for is on finalize, seeing if it's occupied. Meaning, if we do cafe back to here, what we're looking for is if I let's see, desk, spellcasting desk, and we also need our spellcaster, our item guy. So let's go into cafe here, and oh, cafe. Where are we at? Cafe scene here. Yep. Okay. So in our cafe, I'm going to go to our table, and on our table, we need to check for this guy here, our item manager. Is the item manager full? So we can go to this guy here. And if our item manager is currently occupied, you can't spellcast. So what I'm thinking is we can just grab the item manager and see if it's full, as I think that is the code I use. So for example, if, let's see, player made dish, create dish, spawn dish, try spawning item. Yeah, on create dish, what are we saying? Create dish, if created spell or null, yep. There should be a way to say dish is full. Dish area is full. You shouldn't be able to create a spell. So, where are we seeing that at? Let me double check. Or, Actually, does it let you do the spell? I don't think I have to do that. I have to go. Good luck, big brain. Thank you for coming, Jack. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a lovely time. Let's see. Go back into Godot. Load you up to here and here. And C-sharp's the best. I only know about C++. I wanted to see if we spellcasted, right? So we do all these guys here. Does it... Oh, hold on. This is the tutorial. We need you. Yeah, it says try to spawn, but inventory too full. So, if we do you, go ahead and hold... Oh, hold on. Hold Q. And C++, is heirs of languages. What do you mean? Is it that hard? Next, close. I'll need to add the close guy, but you go ahead and complete the spell. Player made dish for first time? There you go. Try again. And heirs is a C# of people? Is that a compliment? I can't tell. You know, I know a little bit of programming here and there, but I know I didn't enjoy C++ too much. It was very difficult. And I wouldn't say that is that hard. Understanding OOP maybe. OOP was what I learned. So it was different. It was weird to try to learn a system like Godot, where it's not so, you can do things more modular. I do enjoy the modular feel a lot more. So let's see. Cake, yep, okay. And I keep forgetting it's not E anymore, it's Q. Let's see, okay. This needs to be skipped. I should be able to add a skip section for it. And OOP, yeah, OOP was nice. I did enjoy it for the time being, but it was so hard to switch. So let's see. Minus U, and hold on, spell's not started yet. Important that the spell has begun. And I did that, yep. And did you ever answer my last, or did I miss it? Oh, no. If you want to say a function that sorts strings alphabetically, how would you find it? Why would I need a function, or I mean, it would need an input of strings, right? And I think that's something built in where you can take an array of strings and sort them alphabetically. But why would I want to do that? I can't think of a case where I would need to at the moment, but I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to do it. And how do you figure out functions and nodes? Yeah, the string part I'm not too sure about. If you want a function that sorts strings, how would you find it? It depends on where I'm doing it at. If I'm doing it in one place, then I keep it to that spot. So whatever it relates to. And when did you get glasses? I have glasses on the other model, but these are big glasses. So let's see. Open this guy, close this guy here, and let's see. Grab you here, sweet. And I've been a bit down lately because one of my friends. Oh, I hope they get better soon. Let's see. Cake here. Okay. So start it up again. Do it again. And let's see. You. Close and then start the game. Okay. Yeah. We want to check. So go ahead and finalize. And then what I want to do is try to do this again. So I'm guessing it's going to say if start spellcasting. There should be like a guy that says it's empty. And that's what I want to double check. I think I added this, but not too sure. And hi, I'm about to fall asleep. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. And is there a list of built commands for GDScript somewhere? Yep. You can go to the Godot documents. If you just search up Godot documentation, you should be able to find it. And C++, if you want to sort strings, place them into a set. I don't know if they do sets. I think they're called something different, but I do remember sets. All right, so you do you, and then do you, and it should not let me spellcast, but it does. Yeah, okay. You should not be able to spellcast if the thing is occupied. So somewhere along the way, that did not get done. So what I'll do is we'll have a variable, var player and var occupied. So if it's occupied, you shouldn't be able to use it. False. So from here, what we do is do create dish, and if create spell so and so. Yep. And if create spell, boom. Yeah, okay. So on created spell, and then we can go ahead and do you. Occupied equals true. And then we need to set occupied to false somewhere, and this will be when the player takes the dish off. So how do we check? Spawn dish at player's location. Yep. What we can say is maybe if the dish is so-and-so. This is tricky. If created dish, I guess the dish needs a target, right? So we're going to need a target, and then you'll swap it. And her imaginary friends, they're real, I say they're real. They're real. Oh man, let's see. And you multi-streaming? Yep, I'm on YouTube and Twitch. However, it seems Twitch doesn't like playing fair, so it's only the Twitch chat that gets shown up. Okay, so for item manager here, we do, where we at? Yeah, new global position. What I'll do is I'll set this as a target. Target. And actually, technically, it could be a plate, right? Truth be told, we could just set this as a plate. Maybe like an invisible plate if we really want it to be. Yeah, I think that could work. Invisible plate. Is visible, is not visible. Or we could just do, hold on. What if I just copy you? And this is the spawn plate. If the spawn plate has something in it, we say, hey, I got something on me. So, spellcasting table, you here, grab you here. And this is the dish plate. Dish plate. So instead, what we'll do is we grab you, move you, where are we at? You here, dish plate. So the dish plate will be spawned right here. And on interact, it will give the player, so can't hold dishes is true. So then from here, what we'll do is instead do new dish, and we'll also grab you here and access this unique name. And then we'll also have here our dish. So instead of occupied, we won't have to check that. We can just grab you here, like that, dish plate. And I'm not evil. Don't trust that list guy on Twitch. Oh no! Oh, 2-time and I see. So then what we'll do here is we won't make it a child. We'll simply just make it, add dish, all these guys. And then new dish dot global position. We're going to make it do instead dish plate dot, and actually, hold on, new dish dot collect, and then we're going to do dish plate. So I believe it's going to be dish plate dot collect. Dish plate dot collect. Nope, it's definitely you. Yeah. So you're going to follow. That's what collect should do. It should follow this guy because it's a target. Let's see, collect. Yep, there we are. Good. Okay, lovely. And do bounce. We do want to do a bit of a bounce. Do I have bounce item? I do. I can just bounce the item. So I can do bounce item and enable bounce item. And good to know how to read, at least when you work on system/lower level stuff. Oh, hold on. Name one Twitch chat that likes their YouTube brethren. They're like fighting. The thing is, we don't fight around here. We are all civilized people. No chaos to be found. We are all, don't think with their hearts, we think with their heads. It's just, nothing can possibly go wrong. So let's see. Run spellcasting. Plates are full. So that's the dish plate. That's you here, spellcasting desk. We're looking for our spellcasting dish manager. So go back up to our dish manager here. Dish plate. Dish manager. Yep. We're looking for our manager. Manager. And if we go back to here, we have dish plate item manager. Yep. So go back to you and new dish dot collect. So this is going to grab it to here. And then what we should be able to do is do, let's see, dish plate dot, let's see, what do we get? Dot apply. No, we should be good. This should hold the current item. And then what I want to do is set this so that it detects when the player picks it up or when it becomes full. And if it is an item, we can check. And I think that'll be good because on item detection, if there is something in it, we'll know. I think that's a good idea. So on our plates again, we can go to plate and then we can go ahead and do you. And then we can say plate and on interact, use item, all of these things. What we can then have happen is on item interactable, we can have a plate say, We can also grab the plate. No, this is fine. We can say on interact, we take if our current item is null. Yep. Interact player return. Otherwise, we set our current item to null. And I see. Good. Okay. And me looking at two Lusk. One has a mustache. Mustache and monocle. Once the player collects the item, what we'll do is say utility dot plate underscore lost item. We'll also say which plate it was. So self. Something like this. And then on use item, when we pick up the item, we'll say plate gained item for now. Plate gained item. That way we can track it for the moment. So plate gained item, plate lost item. And then we'll go to utility. So utility. And I can't believe it's already 4:55. I really think we can get this tutorial done. So I'll go for a little bit longer just for that fact. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't feel like I need a break quite yet. So we can go on for a little bit more. So signal. And then we have plate gained item. And then we're going to do plate that gained. And then we can go ahead and do plate. Plate. And then for here, we can do plate that lost. LOST. LST. That way we can say if that plate equals our plate, we're good to go. So plate gained, plate lost. Like this. Lost. Alrighty. And so from there, what we want to check is if this plate is full on release. So next what we can do, right, is on our spellcasting screen, instead of in Scorekeeper and creating dish and all of these things, we're not going to check that. What we're going to do instead is, let's see, create dish, find you in our Scorekeeper, nope, in our item manager. Yep. What we'll modify now is on this, let's see, create dish, yeah, player gained dish. Player made dish for first time. Where are we using this at? We're using it here. And we don't want to do that. That's not necessary. And hey, what did I miss? Hi, Machine Smith. Welcome back. And yeah, usually I stream for 4 hours. So usually I would stream until 4 minutes. But like I said, I'm in a groove. So we'll go for about maybe 20 minutes. I usually stream from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. I'm right on schedule, truth be told. But like I said, I feel like we're right around the corner. But if we're not, I don't mind taking a break, leaving, and then coming back to this as I want to get this done today or tomorrow. I feel like we're super close. So saying all of that, you didn't miss nothing much. Yeah, you really didn't miss anything. We're just messing around with tutorial settings. Right now, we're trying to jump application. Ah! So what I'll do from here is in our task screen here, what we can keep track of is the plate, I think. So now we don't have to worry about any of these guys. We just need to know the signal. And from there, what I'm thinking is, if the task screens, let's see, task screen, yep. We're on the spellcasting screen, so we should be good to go. On our spellcasting screen, we have everything we could ever need, which is great news for us. We also have here our complete button, and that's the guy we want to check. So on continue button, so on this guy pressed, what's going on here? This is where we want to add that detection. So what I'm thinking is, right, var, and then we can, oh, well, not var here. That's a terrible idea. Don't do var there. Do it up here. We'll do var, and we'll do spellcasting desk, OCCUPIED. Granted now, I don't know if I can do cafe dot something, because I feel like, well, I'm certainly going to have to use this in, clause case catch it. Where in the sense of, right now you can cast the spell even if there's something on the desk. So this guy is going to need to be important in a few areas. So that's why I'm not too sure I want to have it here. And I'm going to hop on another stream. No worries. And be back soon. Oh, I hope to see you later. So let's see. From here, yeah. What I'm thinking is we just have a utility and have it set a variable or something. And if it is this and this, we do this. I think that's better. So for example, here, we'll go back on continue button. And then what we'll say is if, and then we'll do utility dot, and then we'll do, let's see, spellcasting, plate is full, ULL. We can go ahead and do this. And if player, and then we'll go ahead and set this to you. And then, and might want to go to, it's 1 a.m. No worries. It's nice seeing new names. So thanks for stopping by and you have good fun. Thank you. It's gonna take a little bit of testing, but I'm so close I can taste it. And the hash ring, the cash slinging slasher. Let's see. Let's go back into our scorekeeper. I think that's what we were using for the player guy. So let's double check it out.
4C696556C just followed.
Thank you. So let's see. I just want to make sure we're not using that player made the first dish here. And we're not using it in our scorekeeper. So we're not using it here. We're not using it in our item manager. So back to cafe and already with the odds. Okay. I'll continue here since I really feel close. So we'll have that run since it's doing this thing. And then we will, we'll certainly continue. So let's see. Item manager. Yep. You don't need to be a thing. Yep, you can get deleted, I'm pretty sure. And I kind of want to suggest how ghosts eat food from a section of my doc. Unfortunately, we won't be able to get the ghost today. So I'm hoping next week we'll be able to cover the topic of ghost, as I was hoping to get through it today. But tutorial seems to have taken forever. Let's see. Item manager, all of you guys. Okay. So in our utility, or actually, we don't need to do utility. We just need to go to our, not game state to all you guys, I believe we'll just have to go to our item manager, as the item manager should have our plate. Yep. There we are. Okay. Delicious. Well, this is juice. So delicious juice. 4 hours is... Didn't it go by fast? Oh man, it's always... You don't think you'll have enough time to do things, and then you have way too much time. Or you think you have not enough time, and then it turns out that you have way more than enough. So let's see. Let me get some water. Yep. Waiting on the ads, so I just realized you can't chat to me. Which is A-okay. Yeah, it's 5:01 for me right now. I will go for about like 5:20, we'll say, and call it there, as I don't want to go for too long. Usually for me, I like doing sessions not too long, since sometimes your brain can get tired. So going on a walk, taking a shower, getting something to eat, that can certainly help your mind get better. And yep, ad break, I'm laying it out, don't you worry. Well, I say that, but you can't hear me. I'm speaking into the void. Echo. Let me get some more water. Oh boy. Ghosts can only eat food or that's gone bad or thrown in the trash. I mean, I want these ghosts to be, it's not ghost food they're eating. It's, I want to mess around with the idea of ectoplasm, but I haven't decided. So it's the thing of, when I can generate some ideas, we'll see. And she's waiting, yeah. Echo. Hi, Alphabet. I'm gonna guess you didn't get served some ads. So let's see. I'm wondering. From here, there's a few things I want to polish if I can, but fingers crossed, the guy will be loaded today or tomorrow. And then this week, I'll work on the feature I'll want to show off tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Definitely not tomorrow. I'll work on the feature I want to show off for the anniversary of kind of both Necrotype Cafe and both the channel. So we'll see how things go. I'm gonna get a established version and then see where we're at. As I'm really excited, but it's gonna be busy. It's gonna be a lot going on, but it's gonna be a lot of fun, I hope, at least. A lot of things, but lots of stuff and things. Let me get some more water. Okay, water. An ad break over. It says ad break over from my side, so I'll assume it's also ad breaks over. So welcome back, everyone, from the ad break. And let's see. I want to just have Ghost eat. Yep. And ad break. Yep. I don't know yet. Unfortunately, we couldn't get to Ghost today, but next time. And ew, Ghost making ectoplasm. That seems weird. What, they would eat it? Well, I mean, you don't know, right? That's the thing. I haven't done any research into this. These are just ideas. So let's see, because it's ghostly food. So it's the thing of it depends. I don't know how the magic works. I haven't really delved into the system yet. So what I was saying was, now that we have this, what is it called? Now that we have this signal, we're going to go to the item manager. And what we'll do is do utility dot, and then we'll go ahead and say utility dot, utility dot item or plate gained item, and then we'll go ahead and do dot connect, and then we'll go ahead and do also lost item, plate lost item, so plate underscore lost item, and then we'll go ahead and also do a utility dot plate is occupied, something like that. So back to utility here, we'll go all the way up here. I showed this way and goes to, yeah. Something that when I get to it, I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. And how many utilities do you want? All of them. All of them. Oh man. And yes, but where is utility dot? Okay, hold on now. Let's not go that deep. No reason to. What all I want to do is just do var, and I want to do let's see, spellcasting table, spellcasting plate empty, and then we'll do bool, and then set it to false. And now anytime we want to check the plate, we can just check here, and this guy gets toggled on and off when we do these guys. So we'll go back to our where are we at? Item manager here, and when plate gained item, plate lost item. So now all we have to do is do func here. So func, and then utility dot, or not utility, it'll be you here. So I'll go ahead and grab you, and a few more episodes. Tune in next time. Any of the bad dreams of failed necromancers? There's so many ways you can take it. Like, what do you imagine a dreamy taste or flavor? Would it be a dream mancer or something of the sorts? There's so many different wizards you can go with as well. And hi, Alex Canton. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. And hello, I discovered you recently with the video. I regret making my game. Great. It's doing its job then. And glad you stick to the code and good coding session. Thank you, and welcome in. That's a thing of, there's a lot of things I wish I hadn't done, but I'm glad to be here. I'm glad I did do things. And I'm glad I get to see the game progressing. So while I have regrets, there's a lot I'm really happy with. So let's see, pass for now, and then plate gained item, and plate lost item. And we're gonna go ahead and do you here. We're also gonna do underscore here, underscore, let's see, here, and then copy you, and copy you. And then from here, we'll just check the plate. And if it is the plate we're looking for, so let's see, plate lost item, copy you. And then we'll have plate to check. And then we're gonna go ahead and do plate. So the idea is that if this plate to check is our plate, then we can go ahead and set this. So plate gained item, we'll put here spellcasting plate empty equal false. If spellcasting plate full, I think that's better. Full, not empty. You usually want to go with positives, right? So this will equal true. And if plate gained item, we'll set it to false, something like this. And next time on Errors Code C, plate lost item, false. And we'll go back into utility. You here, plate lost item, yep. Scroll back up here a little bit. So are you giving the utility namespace ability to call private functions? Can you elaborate a little bit, Malphabet? I do have some utility functions, but these are global functions. So if I need to use something everywhere, it's gonna go in utility since it's the global guy. And where are we at? I wanted to check on the spellcasting current character, current game mode. Oh no, I lost it. Let's see, spellcasting, then this guy here has been here since the beginning. It's another thing I will eventually refactor. I'm hoping that once I get this update out, I can start to clean stuff. And no, I figured it out. It's how signals work. Oh, okay, yeah. The thing is, signals have to live somewhere. So I keep them in utility, and I try to sort them to the best of my ability. Since if you leave a signal in one area, it can only access that area. So since utility is multifunctional, it can go anywhere at once. So spellcasting plate empty. There we are. Full. There we are. This makes more sense. If spellcasting plate full, which is true, but it's set to false. So now what we can do is go back to our task manager here, item manager, I mean. Utility. I was thinking about making multiple utilities, so like a player utility to make things shorter, but I don't know if that's necessarily needed. So from here, right, what we'll do is if plate to check equal, and then we'll set it up to spellcasting plate full. Then we do you. And if you are you, we also do you. And last but not least, let's see. What are you angry at? Oh, hold on. You need dish plate. You're more of a spellcasting plate. So Control F, Control R, spell casting, casting, spell casting plate. And I spent 3 months making perfect architecture for a college project. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. I got used to optimization, and that slowed down my development a lot. So I don't do it anymore. But I do feel that pain, truly. This is utility dot. And you don't recommend Unity. Interesting. And the Z coders are doing their best to hold on while Godot keeps crashing. Can Eris make it in time to save her friends? Find out next time on Eris Ball Z. Oh, more utility, utility dot. And then also utility for here. So now this should be good to go. Whenever the plate gains an item, loses an item. And now what we can do is on final. So when we click on this, let's see, task screen here, when you complete it, so not this guy, on our complete button, on continue, now what we do is if what are you angry at? Player made the dish for the first time. Var, player made dish for first time. Var, player, I'll just, hold on. There you go. Bool, equal. True. There we are. Okay. So, I said equal. I didn't do equal. Alrighty. And then from here we have on continue button. And now let's see. Yeah. And then if utility, it deleted it, didn't it? That felt weird, like it was zooming up. Oh, never mind. There you are. So if the plate is full and you finish making the spell for the first time, then you set this to made dish for first time to false. And now you admit this. So hopefully the case is now, when we click the finalize button, the menu should pop up. However, what are you angry about? Use item. Utility dot, oh, hold on. Emit. Emit. Okay, now what are we saying? What are we looking at? Dot emit, and oh, I completely forgot again. I've been falling asleep so much. Looking into this thing about grading for YouTube chat as well. You know what? I'll certainly figure it out by next week. And I am the only one who misses next times. Tune in next time when something. Oh boy, I do miss those. But the thing is, it's like sometimes they were a little bit too spoilery. Open up you, go here. All right, so let's grab the sweet. Let's grab the bitter. Let me go ahead and grab you, your cake. All right, hold down Q, and then we'll see about spell casting. So the hope is that, right? If I click on next here and do close, if I just don't complete the spell, it does not work. So let's see. Spellcasting plate is full. So why are you angry? This should be false. Utility dot. Why are you a bull? That's what I'm confused about. Or you should be a bull. So why are you giving a false answer? Oh, is it because you're not a thing? Hold on. And go back to you. What did I put? Is full. Okay. Got ya. Okay. If you, else, and debug time, it was the wording. If this and this, and player made for first time. Okay, and we're good. Debug time over. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll see. So, click it again. I think it was the wording. Oh boy, it's always that, I feel like we could do this in another 10 minutes, and then it turns into, no, we're gonna need like an hour. But I feel good about this one. I say that every time, but I mean it. Well, I also mean it every time, but I can feel it in my bones. Okay, so we have sweet bitter, sweet bitter, and now we finally add the creme de resistance, the cake, and hold, and hold, and hold. Okay, so next, close. We should get, finalize, but, oh, hold on. That guy can be easily fixed. That's a texture issue. I just have to set it to the other guy. Hold on, like this cafe, and then our item manager and our dish plate. All I have to do is just set this guy so he is frame 1. There you go, and it'll go to the proper frame. That's what that guy is. However, the good news is, right? What I want to happen is for it to say, hey, looks like you failed. Try again. So I want it to go back a step, I think would be the right answer to do. If it fails, now I don't want to do that today, or I don't want to do that on stream. I just want to make sure that we can get through the tutorial. And then I wanted to do clause cases. And I love it when I misspell variables or strings, then proceed to spend 15 minutes trying to figure out what's wrong. It's painful. I can't say that. So let's go ahead and hold Q. And then from here, we should be able to just autocomplete. The cake is completed. You can see the cake down there. So now when I click finalize, we should have the tutorial pop up with other stuff. No. Interesting. Okay, let's try a few more things. So for example, on continue button pressed, player finished mode. So, and this is true. That's true. Okay, so let's do this really quickly. Thankfully, it's not too bad because I just have the guys in here. Print hello. And you're speaking so fast, my brain cannot keep up. I feel like I'm watching this at 2x speed. Good luck with making your game. Interesting how it would come. Blah. This is what happens when I speak too fast for my own mind. Good luck with making your game. Interested in how it will come out together. Thank you. Was it Tranixy? Maybe? Tranixity? You can tell me how close I got, but thank you. Thank you for stopping by. That is certainly a doozy, and I know my speaking speech. I've been told that once I've been listened to enough, you get used to the speed. So let's see. We're waiting on this customer. They're thinking about it. They want to order it. Hold down space. Open, close you. You here. Sweet. Bitter. And then you are cake. All right. And hold down you. Never mind. You need to go down there. Hold down you. See about auto-completing. We should get a word saying bleh if we did it properly. So next, close. This starts it up. Do you here? Finalize. I don't even think it's going in here. And I can say I got used to it. Next time on Iris. Iris takes way too fast. Talks way too fast. Zero acts like a goofball. Iris confuses left and right. All done now. Let's try to explain a concept, but Iris can't understand it. Bobby unleashes his true power. Oh boy. I'm wondering if this is maybe, let's see. If this is true, and you. So we'll just stop it here and check here. Give that a go. See where we're at with that. And if not, well, like I said, I want to do like 520. So we'll see. There's still a little bit of time. Speed running it. And I've elaborated a bit more on the Discord on the thing I mentioned before about making player move it into a module. Thank you, Paula. I'm super interested in seeing it. As there's always different methods you can do to approach coding. So it's always fun to see how other people take it. And you did not go close to my name? Yeah, that sounds about right. But I know it's hard for English-speaking people. It's hard for me. It's hard for me, people in general. I assure you, I get English names wrong all the time too. Oh boy, hope I didn't. Oh, you said I did butcher it. welcome in regardless. So let's see. Click on you, and then click close. Click you. Finalize. Okay, so is the plate full? The plate is not full. Okay, we're not setting this guy apparently. Utility.spellcasting plate full. So hold on. Let's go back to here, back to our item manager. That's the guy we're looking for. So this guy here, item manager. You are being set to true. So if plate gained item, plate equal, plate to check equal spellcasting plate. Yep. So let's see. Is this the issue? Is this the culprit? Let's see. And I thought I accidentally had 2x speed on. Welcome in whale time. Nope. It's just what happens when I get excited. And nothing gets me more excited but looking at lines of code. And well, a lot of things get me excited. Truth be told. But on today's topic is the excitement of programming. So we open this guy, we go here, we go ahead and grab this. I'm hoping to see when it says plate is full. That's my wish. And oh, that's a cookie. We don't need a cookie. We need a cake. Oh, I also added this table here. It's not in the tutorial, but I thought it was because people suggested adding like a set table. I do this too when I play restaurant games and they allow you to prep food. It's just not textured yet or anything. It's just there. So if you know it's there. So let's see. Hold on Q. I'm holding you there. Next, close. Okay, and skip spell. And now we click finalize. Interesting. Okay. This item manager or our plate manager should have the object in it. So dish plate, we have frame, not you, transform. Are you taking a plate at the moment? What's angry? And it's not true if it's false. Exactly. Let's see. Plate dot. Okay, when you add the item to the plate, how does that work? Okay, spell askiness. Yep. And when we're adding plates, so if we go back to our plate here, plate. When we, I got ya. That makes more sense. When we use the item, we also want to do here, this, and then we're going to put it in our item creator since it's being added to the plate. So what we'll do down here is once we collect it, we'll then also do plate gained item dot emit, and we're going to do, well, actually, we don't have to do the emit, do we? Plate gained item, like that, and then we'll just say new dish, or spellcasting plate. Oops, spellcasting plate. Okay, so now it should be set to true because we collect the dish and then we set it. So now let us try again. Let's see. Fingers crossed. I just want to get through the tutorial. There's a few more polishing things I want to do, and then of course you gotta figure out all the bugs, like why this customer is doing why. That's the questions I have. So let's see. Go up here. We'll grab the sweet. We'll grab the bitter. Then we'll go ahead and use you. We'll grab the cake. Go ahead and start it. Complete. And do next. We'll do next. This also has to be changed so you can do it with your buttons. And complete. Finalize. Oh, look at that. Okay. So your spell is complete. Serve the customer with E. So now it's not letting us get the dish plate. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I accept it. So I fixed the bug I wanted to fix. There's still more things to do. But you know what? We're doing things and that's what matters. Saying all that, let me bring you back into the screen. If Lusk, you wouldn't mind linking the Discord for both YouTube and Twitch. Let's see. Let me hide that timer there. So, tomorrow, I'll be playing Deltarune. If you like Deltarune, that's that there. Next week, we will be making some music for my game. So you're interested in making music, doing music-y things, I will be doing that. As I said, my goal is to finish making this version of the game and uploading to itch sometimes this week. So since I'll be uploading it, I don't want to add more to it. And if you join the Discord, you'll get you'll get when it happens. When I upload it, when I upload it, you'll get that update. And thank you for the follow, Wheel Time. I like how your output is just I like rich text. Once I found it, which was a few months ago, it appears everywhere.
R1L37 just
thank you. R1, maybe? Thank you for the follow as well. And you get a cake in Discord, but the cake is a lie. Don't go telling lies around here, Mufflebet. Oh my. Let's see. If you're into pixel art as well, I'll be doing a community draw together stream. And just to really quickly explain what that is let's see if I can do this. Well, how quickly can I do this? If I grab this, as next week will mark the one year anniversary of me doing streaming and things of that nature. So I wanted to do some celebration-y stuff. I have a project coming up that we'll talk about when we get to next week. But if I go to, let's see, this guy here, you should be able to see it. And if I make this a little bit smaller here, yeah, there we go. And if you also wouldn't mind sharing the website as well, Lusk. And while I was looking for a while, wanted to stick around, oh, thank you. I'm glad I'm worth sticking around for. If I scroll down here, you can see there is this big screen. So the idea of these community draw-togethers is that we all draw on one big screen. Every 20 minutes, we do a random theme, so the themes change. You all get to choose different themes, and I think it's exclamation website. I'll have to change that, won't I? Thank you for trying the Luskin that I just come back at the perfect time. Oh man. So if that's of interest to you, we'll be doing that as well. It'll have been our 8th time, I believe, doing it. As you can see too, it's evolved over the years. So we'll be doing this community draw together. We'll also be doing some music, and just a bit of a spoiler, I'll be doing a challenge that relates to music next week. So like a game dev challenge, but music related, or not game dev, game jam. But it'll be like a music jam. I won't say too much on it. That's the spoilers for next week. Saying all of that though, let me go back to this screen. I hope to see you all tomorrow, if not next week. I hope you have a good morning. Oh, yes, consider sticking around if you're on Twitch. I want to see if we can find another Godot game dev to rate us. That's always really fun. It's always fun to step by and lurk around for a little bit. I'm going to go to the end screen since I also multi-stream on YouTube. As I like ending out the stream on the end screen. It's just, I don't get to hear the music often. Saying that though, I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. I'll see you all Twitch people in a second, but I hope to see you all soon to YouTube, eh? And nice stream, thank you. And hi, and Jewel, I feel like I've seen that name before. And I'm sure I butchered it as well. But yeah, thank you for coming. See you next time.